I got some stories to share with you. We're going to start with one about actor Alan Ritchson from Reacher and his neighbor, Ronnie Taylor. We told you about the whole issue with them. They will not face criminal charges following the viral altercation, with the Brentwood Police Department in Tennessee confirming that after reviewing video footage and witness statements, the actor acted in self-defense. Police added the case is now closed and no further action will be taken, bringing the dispute to an official end.
So, in case if you watch the video, there's a video from Alan Ritchson's where it wasn't the way the guy described it, where he had interceded and Alan Ritchson was advancing on him. The guy came out running in front of the motorcycle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And was physically aggressive.
This is what I needed. Obviously, this is what law enforcement needed to inform their decisions.
Right.
And, because all we saw was a guy on all fours and Richmond uppercutting him. I'm like, okay, I need more context. But before I want to, come to any sort of conclusions, and I will say, my initial assessment was wrong.
Yeah.
This dude was a total a-hole and had it coming.
So the neighbor, Ronnie Taylor, claimed that the confrontation escalated quite quickly and admitted, I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. But footage from Ritchson's body cam tells a different story, showing Taylor as the aggressor by jumping in front of the 6'3" actor riding his motorcycle, then pushing Ritchson and his bike on the ground twice. Hours before the police decision was announced, Ritchson posted a cryptic message online quoting Napoleon Bonaparte saying, "Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake," fueling further speculation about the conflict. One of the things that sucks in that video is after Ritchson punches this guy, he goes over to pick up his motorcycle, and he grabs the throttle.
It launches it onto
jumps
the
out
lawn.
from underneath him, and I'm like, would have been way cooler if you could have not had that happen.
By the way, to the notion that, listen, I don't know. I don't live in the neighborhood. I don't know what his practice was. But it didn't appear to me as if Alan Ritchson and his kids were screaming through the neighborhood.
Right.
I didn't detect a great velocity as he's traveling down the road. And this guy, the notion that Ritchson's advancing on him while he's trying to get out of the way. No, the dude stands right in front of the moving motorcycle.
So to some people, just the sound of those bikes
makes
them think that they're going really, really fast. And they are loud, and it depends on, the kind of muffler you have and all that. But, maybe the guy, like I used to have this neighbor that used to freak out on me to slow down. I'm like, I'm going the speed limit, man.
Calm down.
Not on my motorcycle, but.
Right. Yeah. So listen, in my neighborhood, twice a day, I guess the guy is going to work and coming back. The volume, the subwoofer on this car literally drives down the road, setting off car alarms. Is the guy, at that time of the day, it's legal.
Yeah. He's being a dick,
He's being a dick.
I had do you guys remember the old Chevette, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we had the Pontiac version. It was a Pontiac T1000. And sometimes it would get stuck in gear. I got pulled over for speeding. I was going under the speed limit because it was like, it sounded like I was speeding.
Really?
It really did.
That's why they say never get a red sports car. It just feels like it's going fast.
But I will say, are the kids allowed to be riding their motorbikes on the street like that?
They look like little kid.
I mean,
bikes.
but like it doesn't matter if they're.
Whether or not they're street legal, I don't know the number, the deal on that, Casey. How old you have to be? But yeah, you have to look at their bikes and see if it has. They have lights on them. Do they have? Yeah, is it street legal? Which it does. I can't really tell from this picture. We're looking at it, but they look like miniature, rocket bikes, whatever you want to call
crotch
those.
rockets or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, A, are they street legal? B, if they are street legal, like, do you have to? Because like you can be 12 years old riding a dirt bike on the dirt, right?
But on the street.
But on the street,
It's
that's
Tennessee,
a different
so
story.
you don't know what the rules are.
Yeah.
I mean, did the guy not know? Was he not familiar with Reacher?
He said he didn't know who he was.
Yeah, well, clearly.
Yeah, you don't have
That
with
guy,
Reacher, man.
Tyson, who lives next door.
Yeah.
The music's too loud.
And you hear Reacher, or Alan is his real name, saying to, like, are you drunk, dude? Like, have you been drinking?
Right, yeah.
And like the dude might have been a little bit tuned up. You know what I mean?
Possibly. Don't know.
Man,
but it's done as far as the law is concerned. Going to be interesting around the neighborhood, though, because he lives, they're neighbors.
Across the street.
So, yeah. All right, moving on to other stories. Miley Cyrus confirmed that she once dated Dylan Sprouse, confirming it's true during the Hannah Montana 20th anniversary special. She shared that she had a crush on him while they were both Disney Channel stars, calling him the cutest. Or, I'm sorry, the cutest. She even shared that she had fun outings with him and his twin brother, Cole Sprouse. She said their dad would take us to sushi. It was like a whole culture, and it was a 2-for-1, like bring your brother, hello, Miley had dished. Dylan previously said on Jimmy Kimmel Live in 2008 that they had been together way back when, saying that they dated when they were around 11 or 12 years old, and then Nick Jonas walked by and it was over, he said. All's well that ends well, at least today. Sprouse is married to Barbara Palvin, while Cyrus is engaged to Maxo Morando. But they had a young dating relationship.
They just said that Hannah Montana
20th anniversary
show, and she's all aboard on it. I mean, she seems to be. I don't know if she ever regretted or felt bad about the series or was embarrassed by it, but now she's clearly embracing it.
Yeah, I don't think she ever really talked about it that way, negatively or positively.
Yeah. All right, so The Bachelorette, of course, was canceled over domestic violence allegations against the show star Taylor Frankie Paul. And it was filmed, however, apparently the domestic violent incident between her and her ex, Dakota Mortensen, crept into the series. An insider tells TMZ that Taylor's 2023 assault case was brought up by a contestant named Casey Hucks during I wonder what Casey Hucks is like.
You got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty cool.
Saw a video. You beating the crap out of a guy. Righteous.
During a one-on-one date, she got very emotional about the topic.
Are you crying?
With a second insider saying Paul had a meltdown and stormed off the set when it came up. Apparently, her date raised the issue because he wanted to know what, if anything, Taylor learned from the experience and how she'd grown from it.
That's right. I know your religion, being a Muppet and all.
That's Mormon. Casey Hucks. So, but anyhow, it did come up at some point during this show that we'll never see.
They're saying, read 2 articles today that seem to suggest they're rethinking the whole Bachelorette, Bachelor Nation.
Oh, really?
Bachelor in Paradise, all of this crap, because it is the return. Even though we talked about how inexpensive, they're actually way more expensive than you think they are to produce.
Okay.
So ABC's looking at it, not saying they're going to do a clean slate, but they're going to start to eliminate a couple of them.
Okay, I could see why The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, because they go on trips, they go on dates, as compared to like Kardashians, where you're just going to their house.
Right, that's a reality
filming there.
show, right?
Yeah.
So they're thinking about like thinning out. I mean, they're gonna stick with the OGs, the Bachelor and Bachelorette, I would imagine.
Yeah, and with the talk, they might even eliminate the Bachelorette.
Wow.
Yeah, but so the Bachelor, I guess, was the first to the.
Yeah, I think so.
Right, that's the first one I remember.
I think you're right.
We're in season 188.
Was that Tristan and...
No, that was like 3.
That was later?
That was later,
Okay.
yeah. Tristan
was the Bachelorette.
She was the Bachelorette after being on The Bachelor. She
Right.
didn't get selected in like the first Bachelor.
That
or
was the
whatever.
usual progression, right? The one who was the runner-up became the Bachelorette for the next season.
I think the first of these shows might have been Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire. I think that might have been the very first one that we were like, what are they doing here?
Darva Conger, right? That was her name?
I think so. She might have been, I don't know.
She was a nurse?
It was
Yeah.
like, well, it was the guy was the Bachelor Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire.
Right.
And he had like just barely $1 million.
And if you really blurred the lines with potential assets, he was close to $1 million.
Yeah. Somebody put an extra penny in his pocket, and you're like, you're officially a millionaire.
Yeah. So, but here we are with all these shows.
I do have a quick question about this manic episode. What led up to that? Like,
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, well, she appears to be drunk.
Is that what? Okay.
And the video footage goes on and on. And also, one of the real damning things is she throws a bar stool and it clips her kid.
Wow. Yep. Oh, by the way, Steve, Darva Conger won Who Wants to Marry a Millionaire. She married dude. I don't remember his
What's
name.
that dude's name?
Marissa, can you find that out
Yes,
too?
I'm
Just
so
click on
sorry.
It was Rick Rockwell or something.
Rick Rockwell.
Was it
Well done. I think so, Casey.
Dude, look at
No
this
way.
goon.
Let me see here.
His picture's up in the studio here.
Go to the very top, Marissa. Up on the right there, it has written by, directed by, presented by, narrated by. Hell, it doesn't say. I don't know. But anyhow.
Jesus Christ.
Hosted by Jay Thomas.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Jay Thomas is a cool guy.
Yeah.
Nice guy. Had a chance to have dinner with him one time. All right. Well, anyhow, I think you're right, Casey. I think it was Rick Rockwell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Rockwell. Yes.
Yep. That's
Which is
him.
obviously a fictitious name.
Wow.
Rick Rockwell had embellished his claims. Oh, so he wasn't even, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, we'll see what the future is for these type of shows. All right. I have a couple other stories. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are reportedly facing a chilly reception from neighbors in Montecito, California, where sources claim that they are avoiding them and no one wants to be seen with them. This is Page Six's insider saying this. They said from the area, insiders from the area suggest tension has been building over time, emphasizing it's not hate, but rather a growing awareness that they're takers with zero self-awareness.
So that they're moochers. I heard the issue was they're riding their motorcycles around and they're very loud and going too fast.
However, a source close to the couple pushed back on the narrative, insisting that they have a great relationship with their neighbors and love their community. They moved into their mansion in 2020 following the royal exit, joining high-profile residents like Oprah Winfrey and Jennifer Aniston, neighbor Richard Menards. These are my nerds.
Yeah.
These are my nerds.
Yeah.
My nerds.
This is my shaft and this is my nerds.
Previously voiced criticism in the German documentary Harry, the Lost Prince, saying, I personally don't think that Meghan is an asset to our community. She doesn't really go out or get involved with the community.
So the quote-unquote insider, she's apparently returning to acting. Netflix killed the deal with her lifestyle show and lifestyle line.
Yeah.
So on Suits, that was her big breakout, right?
She should probably go back there.
Yeah, and that kid from Suits, the main character, not like the kid who was pretending to be a lawyer. He just showed up in this show called The Madison. You hear about this at all?
The Madison is the one with
Michelle Pfeiffer and Kurt Russell. Yeah. So I'm watching
Another
that.
Taylor Sheridan
It's a Taylor
show.
Sheridan thing, and I mean it's super duper formulaic, but you know he just gets these beautiful vistas, and because it's kind of like set. It's kind of dually set in like New York and really Montana.
Right. So it's basically Green Acres.
It's essentially that. Yeah.
So wait a minute. The guy from Suits is in it?
Yeah, so Patrick Adams is his name,
Okay.
and he plays Michelle Pfeiffer's son-in-law.
Okay.
Just kind of.
Was he the one with the memory? They keep beating around. Okay,
Yeah.
All right, so don't expect to find Stephen Colbert on the unemployment line for once his time on The Late Show ends May 21st. While he may have enjoyed his time hosting a late-night comedy show, he may enjoy his next gig even more. Colbert has confirmed he is a confirmed J.R.R. Tolkien fanboy, and he's going to be helping write the next Lord of the Rings film.
way.
Yeah. The tentatively titled The Lord of the Rings Shadow of the Past is set to be written by Colbert, Philippa Boyens, and Peter McGee. The film will be based on what's called Fogs on the Barrow Downs, which is the 8th chapter of the Fellowship of the Ring. The story takes place 14 years after the passing of Frodo. So I guess Frodo dies at some point. Sam, Merry, and Pippin set out to retrace the first steps of their adventure. Meanwhile, Sam's daughter Eleanor has discovered a long-buried secret and is determined to uncover why the War of the Ring was very nearly lost before it even began.
So Colbert appears in, is it the Hobbit? One of the movies in that. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, they have him done up in makeup. Yeah.
Ryan's got it.
He's in the Desolation of Smog. When they're going through like the river town, he's briefly seen, he's like wearing an eye patch, and they just like, he's sitting on a boat, and they have this whole line where they're saying like, oh, the dwarves are here, and he like taps somebody across. There he is.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
kind of like when Rob McElhenney ended up in Game of Thrones.
Right.
Like I had no idea that was him.
Or Deadpool, but they cut a scene.
Yeah.
So he's a hardcore Tolkien fan.
Or like when we ended up in the second season of Task.
Which we didn't.
Well, they
There's
haven't
still
done it
time.
yet.
Yeah.
They haven't done it yet, so you never know. All right, so Netflix is rebooting 13 going on 30, bringing back Jennifer Garner as an executive producer. Emily Bader and Logan Lerman will star in the new version, with Brett Haley coming on to direct this. 13 Going on 30 is one of those rare, perfect films, funny, emotional, deeply human, with unforgettable performances from Jennifer Garner, Mark Ruffalo, and Judy Greer. Haley shares in a statement saying, I'm a longtime fan, So stepping into this reimagining comes with tremendous responsibility.
That's one of those movies that I watched over the course of the years in pieces and never had the pieces laid out. And then I finally, about 5-6 months ago, it was on, and I watched it beginning. It's really a sweet movie.
I love it.
It was one of a number of movies like that at the time, but it was really, really well done.
I love it mainly because of her.
Yeah,
Jennifer
she's
Garner
adorable.
is so good, and she plays that young, there's been tons of movies where it's a kid trapped in an adult's body type thing, but she pulled it off so well. So Jennifer being on board as an executive producer after playing such a big part in what made the original special is especially meaningful, according to Brett Haley. So the plot details for the refreshed version of the movie are under wraps, so they haven't revealed, exactly how it's going to be different. But
it involves street racing.
Well, it's aged a little bit, and therefore they need different. That's the street racing.
That's the street racing with her when she's 13.
So they'll need some updated references.
So who's going to do the Mark Ruffalo character?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not really sure.
Maybe have him as Professor Hulk.
So McDonald's is teaming up with Netflix to bring the world of K-pop demon hunters to restaurants starting March 31st, featuring themed meals inspired by rival groups Hunter X and Saja Boys, or Saja Boys. I don't remember how they pronounce it. I haven't seen the movie in a little while. The collab includes exclusive adult meals, Korean-inspired menu items, and collectible photo cards that unlock bonus content through the McDonald's app. The Saja Boys breakfast meal brings the fire with a spicy Saja McMuffin, hash browns, and a drink. And the Hunter X meal features 10-piece chicken nuggets, a drink, a Korean-inspired edition, and Korean-inspired additions like Ramyeon McShaker fries, plus Hunter and Demon sauces.
I hear great things about real straight-up Korean cuisine, and that it, next to like Mediterranean, it is the healthiest for you.
Oh, okay.
And that it's really good, and I should do more digging on it, but I love when they do these promotional things.
Yeah.
And over the course of the years, we've gotten promotional swag. What is your favorite thing that you got tied to a movie? Because I know what mine is.
Well, tell me, and then I'll
John Wick Parabellum sent me there's a book that they use in the movie, and it has all sorts of John Wick stuff in it, but it has the classic carved out spot in the book. It appears in the beginning of the third John Wick movie, and he uses it to jam in a guy's mouth and kill him. But I love this thing, and I use it as a little hiding place for stuff.
I know mine is my XXX fur coat.
XXX fur coat.
That's good.
Dude, that was a good one.
Yeah, I got that too.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite. I only break that out maybe once a year.
It was so funny because I got it. It was sent to me in the mail. It had my name on the packaging, right? Because sometimes you'll get things that says Preston Steve on it.
Yeah.
And you guys saw it. And I was like, oh, I'm not giving this one up.
No.
I got one for you, though.
I have to add one. I had the Ted doll. The teddy bear that says horrific things. Yeah, that and the John Wick.
Mine hasn't arrived yet. I'm going to will it into existence. The Yoshi bucket. Have you guys seen the popcorn bucket?
No.
Oh, it's Yoshi holding an egg, and it cracks open, and that's where all the popcorn goes for the new movie coming out.
That sounds fun.
It looks really good.
That sounds fun. All right, I have a couple other things. So the history of the first 24/7 sports network is about to be told in a new documentary, Sports Heaven, The Birth of ESPN. Goes back to before the network's debut on September 7th, 1979, and tells the story of a fired hockey executive, Bill Rasmussen, with a dream. The special interviews key figures from the early days of ESPN, including the Rasmussens, Chuck Pagano, Mary Walton, George Grande, George Connor, bunch of names I don't know, guys.
Yeah.
Jeff Bray, Rosa Gotti, George Bodenheimer, Chris Berman, know him.
Yeah.
Bob Lay, and Jimmy Pitaro, and many more.
The first name, female name that you said, I feel
Mary Walton?
I feel like I know that name.
Okay.
And if
Didn't ESPN, they produced a number of people, like Craig Kilborn started on ESPN, and a number of others that went on to other things. It used to be sort of a breeding ground for Letterman-esque type, news anchors with a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Rich Eisen, definitely.
Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
Sports Heaven, The Birth of ESPN, will premiere April 6, 8:30 p.m., and you will find that on ESPN.
No.
Of course, if you'd like to see that, yeah. All right, I thought this was pretty cool. The late Fred Rogers built his career on the idea that children's entertainment could be fun, educational, and accessible. Fred Rogers Productions and Little Dot Studios have partnered to bring Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood to YouTube for the first time. The new channel will feature full-length episodes and repurposed digital-first content like clips, shorts, and compilations as well.
And it's just surrounded with good, it's like a warm blanket when you watch that. Though somebody took the time to go in and grab some clips. Those puppets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up close.
He made them, I believe.
Are terrifying.
Well, I saw the other day for the first time, I don't know what video on Instagram it was, but someone had AI animated Lady Elaine, and it was terrifying.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, my
made
God.
it look like a lot.
Yeah, and she's like dancing around and like lip syncing a rap song or something. I'm like, dude, that gave me the creeps big time.
All those.
I hated Lady Elaine.
Lady Elaine, I hated. I love the
King
train.
Friday was sweet, and the owl, I forgot his name. There were a few that were nice, but Lady Elaine was just, she was mean and scary.
I mean, you could make a horror movie out of her, I'm sure.
Yes.
It's just the face was horrific.
Yeah, she looked like she had, a severe drinking problem.
Yeah, rotting flesh.
Is what it was.
Would you like another cocktail?
So anyhow, the Rogers hosts each episode, talks to viewers about different topics. He also shows how things work, tours different places, and interviews various guests about their lives and careers. The live action footage is mixed with puppetry from the neighborhood of Maple Leaf. The beloved series ran from 1968 to 2001. Wow.
Aren't they pairing him with the Mormon wives?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Paul.
You're kind of a slut.
Paul Siefkin, the president and CEO of Fred Rogers Productions, said Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood continues to inspire viewers young and old across 4 generations. We're excited to partner with Little Dot Studios on this new YouTube channel that will make the wonder, kindness, and human connection of the series more discoverable and accessible than ever. They had a nice nod to the show on The Pit. There was an elderly man who's passing away.
Yeah.
And he had a DNR and they need to make a decision. And they find out a little bit about him. And he was on the production set of Mr. Rogers, like, since it started. It was a really sweet.
Oh, that's right, because Mr. Rogers was in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Right.
So I thought that was kind of cool.
It's time to pull the plug.
that they floated that in there.
I saw
he's just prattling on and I can't talk to him.
a fun photo of LeVar Burton and a picture of Mr. Rogers. And I didn't really think about the scope that those two guys had over children.
Yeah. Yep. And in fact, in that, and I'm going to bring this up because I think it's a really sweet thing in The Pit. In that storyline, that's where Dr. Robbie shares this Hawaiian tradition about if someone is terminal,
right?
That the way they go about it is they ask them. There are 4 things that they say to them, which is, "I love you." I forgive you. What was it? Damn it! Now I can't remember.
Love you,
Can you do a
like
quick
you.
check? Yeah.
Not I love you and I like you.
There is I forgive you. I hope you forgive.
And I hope you can forgive me.
And then the fourth one.
I love you. Thank you. I forgive you, and I hope you can forgive me. It was just the most.
Is that based on a Hawaiian?
I believe
tradition?
so. It is wonderful, and apparently a lot of people resonated with that. Did you find it, Marissa?
It's described as the sacred bridge.
Okay. And does it say what the origins are of it? Is it Hawaiian in nature?
I can keep digging. I was confirming. I love you. Thank you. I forgive you. Please forgive me.
Yeah, it's a really sweet
Never
thing.
liked you. Glad you're dying, and I can't wait to leave.
Mr. Rogers taught us that one. So the nonprofit Fred Rogers Productions is behind other wonderful children's shows like Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood and Don Quixote.
Don Quixote?
I guess it's a
probably
play
a
of
donkey with Don Quixote.
Don Quixote.
I love it.
And Alma's Way as well. Let me see. Yeah, one more quick thing. So Disney is moving forward with a live-action Cinderella spinoff titled Stepsisters, with the Lonely Island's Akiva Schaffer set to direct a comedic take on the classic Disney villains. The screenplay will be written by the Naked Gun reboot scribes Dan Greger and Doug Mann. The film builds on Disney's legacy with the story, which began with its 1950s animated film and continued through the 2015 live-action adaptation starring Lily James.
I dug that version. I thought that was really well done.
Yeah.
Mainly because of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who played the stepmother?
Was it Emma Thompson?
No, was and I love her in Thor Ragnarok. She plays the evil.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blanche. Wait.
Kate Blanchett.
Yeah. And she's great as the evil stepmom.
Yeah.
But this follows the upcoming live-action film focusing on iconic Disney villain Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. So they're starting to head down these
Gaston's just an insufferable prick,
I know.
How are you going to strangle a movie out of that?
Apparently, there's some kind of trauma that happens to him that we didn't know.
I'm an a-hole. A complete and utter a-hole. And by the way, folks, we have 2 more hours of this.
All right. You guys ready for clips? All right. The drum roll says yes. Here we go. Pretty Lethal finds a ballet troupe fighting for their lives and seeking shelter in a mysterious inn. And here, Lana Condon gives praise to her co-star Uma Thurman.
I mean, she was definitely the blueprint, right? Like when we were talking, because I think that role was one of the last ones to like be finalized. So all of us were already a part of it. The most amazing woman, and she was so good and so kind to us.
I don't give a
Thank you, Uma.
Needed an Uma Thurman.
Pretty Lethal is streaming today on Prime Video.
I saw someone, doing some film criticism. There's a lot of film criticism and review channels on YouTube, and making the case that Uma Thurman should have gotten a nomination at some point for either of the Kill Bill movies.
Yeah.
She's great.
She's freaking great.
And she has her own little theme, too. All right, next clip. Here we go. Competitors are isolated in a house and compete in extreme physical challenges for a $200,000 prize in Fear Factor House of Fear. And here the host, Johnny Knoxville, shares the reason that he got into stunt work in the first place.
It was fear because I had a daughter on the way and I had no way to support her. My best guess was writing an article on self-defense equipment for Big Brother, where I tested all these things on myself. And that was my best guess.
Anyway,
Season finale of Fear Factor House of Fear airs today at 9 p.m. on Fox. You've been watching
I
a
watched
little bit
one
of
of
it?
them, and I think, as I mentioned before, in this day and age where there's all sorts of people doing extreme, crazy stuff and eating half a car available, you go on YouTube, you're going to catch all that. It seems underwhelming.
Okay. Not as much as a novelty as it used to be.
I mean,
because
Fear Factor was the first to kind of do that.
Yeah. And on a social media feed, if you're scrolling, chances are you're going to see somebody doing something.
Eating his own ass.
Stupid at some point. And so we're a little more surrounded by it now.
Yeah.
But who knows? Final episode's coming up. All right, that's the entertainment report for you this morning. We had mentioned earlier, Fox Good Day celebrating their 30th anniversary, and we're going to
Have
check.
we confirmed today's the day?
I need to check on that.
Okay, all
but I
right.
know it's this week for sure. But they're definitely talking about that. So we'll check in with Mike and Alex coming up in a little over the 45 minutes or so from now. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. So make sure you stay with us.
Robs you of when family members or people are dealing with this and someone ceases to recognize them. The host Bruce Willis's thing, it's not exactly Alzheimer's, right? But there is a similar aspect, and it robs the person. It's a horrifying thing.
So, regardless of the cause, previous research has suggested that Alzheimer's is a form of inflammation, and that means lessening or zeroing out inflammation in the brain could be key rather than managing symptoms. So, let me get to the whole the mouse thing. Yeah. So. For the study, the scientists focused on the impact of the crucial molecule called NAD+, or I'll call it NAD.
Yeah.
I know. Sounds like a ball, right? Yeah. It's a coenzyme important for driving cellular metabolism, which decreases as we age. Patients with Alzheimer's suffer from a significant decrease of NAD+ in the brain, and hence their brain cells have trouble maintaining normal functionality, staving off inflammation, canceling other physical hallmarks of the disease.
Hey,
Go ahead. Yeah, they took 2 types of mice, okay, lab mice.
All right.
That have been genetically bred to be predisposed to Alzheimer's. So they know how to do that. Treatment successfully prevented them from developing the disease. But the big news was they injected the compound into another batch of lab mice who were suffering from a relatively advanced stage of Alzheimer's at 6 months of age. After getting injections, the mice completely recovered their cognitive ability, and their NAD+ levels were restored to homeostasis levels. So that's amazing.
That is amazing. So if the NAD levels are correct, do they even have to introduce the D's nuts?
No.
I don't think so.
No, as long as your nads are good, D's nuts,
you don't even have to worry
you don't
about
even
these
have to concern yourself with them. What's also good about this study is that P7C3A20 offers an alternative pathway to boosting NAD levels versus taking over the chemical precursors for NAD+, which can raise NAD+ to such toxic levels that people could develop cancer.
Don't want that.
Yeah.
That's where you would introduce the D's nuts.
So I thought that was pretty amazing.
No, listen, so much of just having hope, it really does help to have something to affix to. And I think this is very encouraging news. Chris Hemsworth has an issue with this, right?
Well, I think there's a family
history, and he found out that he found out he's very predisposed to it. Yeah,
but I mean, listen, yes, this is encouraging, and I'm really happy. But then I also feel bad for the people
now
that it's too late for.
I know, and it is the sad nature of these things. But hope is hope.
Yep.
Yeah, so they want to obviously start human trials as they possibly can, but they obviously have to do more testing before you can find out if you can even try this stuff out.
I wonder if you can could they talk to Rat Boy, because that's kind of a happy medium
already
Eugene.
There.
Yeah.
Eugene.
That's from Rat Boy. So we'll have to wait and see. But listen, it's hope. It's good news. And when I see stories,
not good news?
When I see stories like this, like I got a birthday coming up, all right? And I'm like, oh my God. All right, 10 years. All right, would that be available for me when I eventually have Alzheimer's?
I have it all planned out. I'm going to keel over. We got a cure.
Yeah, the next day. It'll happen.
The guy's going to step over my body on the floor and go, we can fix it.
It's like 10,000 spoons, but all you need is a knife.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, here's a text from somebody. It says, an audiologist here. There is a link between dementia and hearing loss. So dementia. Lack of hearing makes you withdraw from conversation and you lack mental stimulation. And that's a quick explanation of it.
There we go. Okay,
So
that makes
can happen.
sense.
Yeah, I could see that.
The less engaged, again, I've seen people in my life where I know when they took the classic retire, kind of disconnect from society and engagement, it seemed that their dementia accelerated.
And then here's a text that says, and yes, most insurance companies do not cover hearing aids, and it is criminal. So just a heads up, it can get expensive. All right, let's move over to orgasms.
Yes, love them.
All right, we go from...
And how are the mice doing with this?
Well, they're...
Oh, man. Who's your daddy?
Well, this is mainly in females. So
female mice.
If you've ever found yourself in tears or cracking up during sex, even if nothing was especially funny or upsetting, it's not uncommon. Having sex...
Oh, she definitely got there. I can hear it.
I'm going to make you laugh so hard.
Oh, my God. You're possessed.
Oh, my God. Multiple laughters.
And then we need the screaming orgasm guy on the other side of that. Oh, my God. Oh, it's too funny. So having sex can be weird.
Wow, I'm gonna be like her.
It can be
what she's at. Yeah.
It can be weird, awkward, or embarrassing, and it turns out our reactions to it can be as well. New research suggests that headaches, crying, nosebleeds, or even hallucinations during or after an orgasm are totally normal responses for women.
Yes, it's funny. You always the Just Saying Institute always seems to tap into things I've just read articles about or whatever. Maybe I know we're pulling from the same pool of stuff, but it is a convulsive sort of thing.
Yeah,
and so you would imagine.
Yeah, and your body releases
people have heart attacks,
all kinds of hormones, so. A new study from Northwestern University is the first one to look into how often and consistently women experience various responses and when they happen most often. And it finds that while these sensations tend to be rare, They are within the range of normal sexual response, even if they're surprising to the woman experiencing them. Dr. Lauren Stryker, a clinical professor at Northwestern University, says that women need to know that if they have uncontrollable peals of laughter every time they orgasm and nothing was funny, they're not alone. The study involved anonymous responses from 3,800 women, and 86 of them reported experiencing these responses. Overall, 61% had physical symptoms, 88% had emotional responses, and more than half felt more than one symptom. A third experienced a headache.
Yeah.
Almost a quarter had muscle weakness, and close to 20% reported foot pain or tingling.
So if your nose started to bleed, would you think you were in the upside down at that point?
Only 2% reported getting a nosebleed, by the way. So that was more on the rare
I would think
side.
I had burst a blood vessel or something if that happened.
Yeah. Laughter was fairly common, as 40% experienced it.
Well, so something feels orgiastically good. That's why there's a correlation between tickle porn or tickle, that sort of thing, where people really want to be tickled into, submission.
And 4% had hallucinations. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something. What? Remember the one time we all made our orgasm faces here?
I forget.
There's a video. There's a Daily Rush video somewhere, Steve, and I think it might be a screen cap of you, and you're just like, just this grimace on your face.
I would never want to see my face.
How about that, man? Would you? The next time you're taking care of yourself, have your phone nearby.
I'll stream it live.
Take a quick video.
Marissa's got the it's on our YouTube page.
It's
Daily
Rush. It's an old videos from 12 years ago. And
man,
I think I had purposely paid attention to when I was taking care of my own business as to what my face contorted into. I didn't look at myself while I was doing that, but anyhow, try that out at home today. The most common response, though, from the women that were surveyed about this was crying, actually. 63% said that they had, and another 43% say that they felt the urge to do so.
A flood of
emotion,
hormones.
There's a happy
Marissa,
cry.
Not to get very personal, but have you ever had any of these?
Any odd reaction?
Dad, stop listening now. No. But I have had a partner that did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was with somebody who cried.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like often or just one time?
Every time.
Every time.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
No
it wasn't like a sob, but it was like it was a whimper because it was probably like holding back from trying not to cry.
Okay, question. Did you ever talk to him about it or ask him?
No, it wasn't the type of relationship that I needed to.
All right.
I just can laugh about it on the radio so many years later.
No, I was just wondering if you got any insights from him about that.
It wasn't.
That's interesting.
I didn't need to talk to him that much.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
That's why you're married to someone else, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Only 17 of those who reported having any of these experienced them consistently, and 69% had them sometimes. So if you have a weird reaction like that, it's not necessarily, out of the ordinary, and just be aware.
What if you involuntarily evacuate your bowels?
You mean that doesn't happen to you guys, too?
Yeah.
That's how I got that face.
Let's talk.
All right, we'll go somewhere else. Now, Marissa can relate to this. It's something called time blindness. Real quick, I mentioned that we have a big friggin' deal that only goes through the 29th, so this weekend, and you can get 2 single-day wristbands to the Funplex for the price of one. So it's basically $100 value for $50, but it's $98 value for $49. I've rounded it up a little bit. Each wristband gets you unlimited access to indoor and outdoor rides, entry into the Splashplex water park, game of bowling, and a $5 fun card as well. So you can get this while supplies last, WMMR.com/deals. That's almost always going on, so always check, and a lot of times saves you a ton of money.
And people love that place.
Yeah. All right, so there's a lot going on in our fair town. Yesterday we had the Welcome America CEO on to tell us about those events coming up this summer, but there's a ton of things that we could talk about in the City Beats.
He's the meat behind the beat with the modelly feet. He's Preston Elliott. This is City Beat.
Yeah, baby. All right, so to mark the 100th anniversary of the Benjamin Franklin Bridge, the Delaware River Port Authority is going to close the span to traffic on July 11th, and they're going to have a celebration and invite people to come out and walk all over the bridge.
Can we do like a big fame dance number? Oh. Wouldn't that be great?
Yes.
Or La La Land.
La La Land.
Listen, I've ridden, ridden my bike over that bridge many, many times. It is really, really cool.
I'm surprised it's just 100.
Yeah, I was
years old. Yeah.
I was surprised at that as well. But for years, my cousins and I, we would, as we were riding up the bridge, we would stop at the top and then take a picture in mid span of the bridge.
Yeah,
which is not really safe because you have thousands of riders, coming by and they don't know that you're stopped or whatever. But so we would try
a huge pile up of bikes that Casey caused.
We would go off. We would go off to the side and try and make it a little bit more safe, but we stopped doing that. But it is really, really neat, and you get this different perspective. I mean, we drive over that bridge all the time, but even one time I took the doors off my Jeep and rode across the bridge, and that felt really I don't know.
Kind of scary almost? Or
no, exhilarating.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you ever actually get the chance to get out on a bridge, and even that bridge, you realize how high up the zenith of the bridge is.
Yeah.
I was surprised by the incline. I rode over it when the Pope was in town. Remember the whole city was shut down and you could just ride your bikes everywhere. We rented those city bikes. Why can't I think of what they're called? Indigo bikes, which are really heavy bikes. Yeah. And we were riding over the bridge. And by the time I got to the midspan, I was like, oh, wow, this is a lot of uphill. I wasn't prepared for it.
And now we get to go down.
And now we get to go down and then right through the toll booth. That was fun.
So the Delaware River Port Authority unveiled plans for the free event with food trucks and family-friendly activities. It's going to be held in the New Jersey side of the bridge near the toll plaza. It's going to feature historical displays, exhibits, artifacts, showcase the legacy of the bridge between Philly and Camden. There also is going to be some live music and carnival rides as well. So to give you a little history on the bridge, the rise of automobiles in the early 20th century made it necessary for there to be a speedier link between the growing commercial hubs of Philadelphia and Camden, which until then had relied primarily on crowded ferry trips across the Delaware River.
I thought those were pretend.
No, these are boats. They're not the little winged creatures. A bridge also connected motorists in both states with a growing network of roads linking communities and employment opportunities. So construction of the span started January 1922. It cost $37 million, which is the equivalent of around $720 million today.
Damn.
Yeah.
The bridge required about 760,000 tons of structural steel and masonry. I wonder if that came from Bethlehem. Where they were making all the steel. I bet you it did.
It would make the most sense. It was a huge facility.
And the labor force totaled more than 1,300 workers across 4+ years of construction.
Think of this. We're looking at the construction pictures of the early days of the bridge.
Wow.
There was one, Sam, if you can call up the one just before this, it shows the before this one. So they're on this rickety sort of structure that they're setting up to build a bridge. Look how high up they are.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible that
I wonder how many people died during the construction.
It's a good question.
Casey, I will tell you that exact number.
Dude.
Surprise.
Also, before you get to that, Preston, I have to point out the fact that I was having this conversation with Marissa after the show yesterday, and this is just so wild.
About the bridge?
Yeah. Let me finish here. I was asking her, and I was like, I want to ask this question on the air, but then sometimes you might answer the question, or you might go, why don't you just look it up yourself? But I literally was thinking yesterday, when was the first bridge built over the Schuylkill River? And when was the first bridge built over the Delaware River? And then this news literally hit yesterday. And I was like, that's really, really crazy that this thought just kind of came into my mind.
So to answer your question, 15 people died in construction-related incidents, including 29-year-old Howard Meyer, a former World War I pilot who fell off the span into the river after an acetylene torch exploded in his hands. Jeez. So that's a gnarly one. It was originally named the Delaware River Bridge. 1,750-foot main span set the record for the world's largest suspension bridge when it was completed, as you would imagine, July 1st, 1926. So that's when it was finished, and that's when the anniversary is, the 100-year anniversary coming up. The opening brought crowds to the riverfront in Camden and Philadelphia at the time.
Everyone, we're going to go see the bridge.
The 25-cent toll fare was collected.
Everyone loves looking at the bridge. It goes over the water, so your car won't get wet.
Oh, it was to keep your car from getting wet.
Who wants a wet automobile in this day and age? And if you're sitting in the rumble seat, you could drown. Thank God for the bridge.
By the way, the 25-cent toll fare was collected in both directions back then.
Give us money.
People could cross the bridge on horseback for 15 cents. And the bridge was renamed the Ben Franklin Bridge not till 1956.
See, again, I would have thought that was earlier.
Yeah. It was to honor the founding statesman and to differentiate the span from the Walt Whitman Bridge.
As many know, he often did not wear pants.
Which was completed between South Philly and Gloucester City in 1957. So
I think just going back to the beginning of this, this celebration, will this allow the bridge will be shut down? Will this allow pedestrian traffic to kind of walk the bridge?
Yeah, I believe so. So yeah, it's going to close it on July 11th. The activities are going to be on the Jersey side, but I believe the whole thing will be open for you to walk on.
I think that's sort of a once in a lifetime. Well, once every 100 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think I'm going to make the second one.
They could have activities on the Philadelphia side because you got what is that, Franklin Square's right there? What's with that park and stuff? I mean, they should have activities on both sides.
It sounds like you'll be able to walk the whole thing, but like the party will be
which
at
makes
the toll
sense.
plaza.
Yeah,
the Camden Toll Plaza.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe.
By the way, quick question on that. Will that toll booth at the on the Jersey side, will that eventually go away as they're removing all the toll booths?
As far as like pay by plate goes, don't know. That's a good question. I haven't heard anything about that.
Because it's wild to drive around and now see all of the toll areas that are gone, that are now just strictly either pay by plate or your transponder.
That's a good question. I think that the bridge tolls are different than like the turnpike tolls.
That's what I was thinking.
So I would imagine they'll keep them, but I'm just me speaking out of turn. I have no idea.
Do you guys remember the zebra stickers?
No.
And, so when growing up, the bridge was always 98 cents, and that's where you cross. And then before Easy Pass, you would have these zebra stickers, and it was pretty much a barcode that you would put your sticker, and I guess you would put a credit card to it, or you would put money on it, and that was what you could scan.
So
that was like state of the art.
So the toll worker would reach out with a scanner and do that.
Exactly.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, I got other things in the city beat. We had mentioned opening day for the Phils tomorrow, and this will be the earliest opening day ever, home or away, in the entire history of the team, believe it or not.
And they're getting a good weather day.
Well, that's the thing. If the forecasts are correct, they win the gamble with nature. The show should proceed without any weather issues, according to Bobby Martrich, who is a meteorologist with EPAWA Weather Consulting, which provides forecast services to the Phillies. When Christopher Sanchez throws out the first pitch, when they host the Texas Rangers at 4:15 p.m., temperatures are forecast to be around 70 degrees with wind blowing out of the right field at 10 miles per hour. And chances are that shadows won't be a problem for hitters or outfielders, as the skies are expected to be mostly cloud covered. Now, Marissa, you go to every opening day with your dad. Percentage wise, how many times do you think the weather sucks? Because every time I've been to the home opener, it's rained.
85%. It is cold. I looked at photos from the past couple of years, and I'm wearing like a winter coat.
Yeah. You're going to have an awesome, what's it, 72, 73 it's expected to be?
Well, I have to figure out if my seats are in the shade or not, because that's a whole different part. If you're in the sun, you're sweating, and then one row in.
So it should be a dry day throughout the game, and it appears any rain would hold off until after the game is well over, likely after midnight or so. The summer games may feel more like the winter games during the weekend, with game time temperatures on Saturday afternoon expected to be in the mid-40s. So that's going to suck. But like I said, this is their earliest start to the season in their 143-year history. By the way, the team is 43 years older than the Ben Franklin.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. The runner-up for a Phillies home opener would be March 28th, 2019, and the earliest road opener was March 27th of last year. So this article that Steve sent me from the Inquirer talks about, why are they starting so early? Well, aside from various marketing and broadcast concerns, the early starts have to do with the desire to end the season before Election Day or even into maybe December. You never know. I doubt that. But the 2009 World Series, which, of course, Phil's lost to the Yankees, didn't end until November 4th. And last year's wasn't over until November 1st. By contrast, the 7-game, 168 World Series, the last one before the leagues were broken into 4 divisions, ended on October 10th. And now these are like almost a month later. It ends.
By that reckoning, and that seems wildly early.
Yeah.
So the big reason is the expanded playoff menu.
Yeah.
As it is, regular season has 162 games, and counting the playoffs, less than half of it is played during the actual summer. In the days before divisional play, the winners of the American and National League pennants would meet at the World Series. No playoffs, you were in, you were out. And now the postseason involves a best-of-3 wild card round, a best-of-5 divisional round, a best-of-7 series for the league pennant, followed by the World Series, and followed shortly thereafter by spring training, of course. But this year, the World Series Game 7 would be played on Halloween if that ends up happening, which would be pretty wild.
Halloween is on a Saturday.
Oh, wow. That was our parade was on Halloween.
What
Our
parade?
2008 World Series parade was Halloween.
I remember that.
Yeah, because remember we did the parade that morning.
We were at the strip club. We were at
I was in the champagne room at Club Risque.
And then that night we had, what was our Halloween party we used to do?
Well, we used to just have a Halloween costume party.
Yeah, but there was a concert that it had a name.
I don't know.
Creep Show. The Creep Show.
Okay.
Oh my
At
God.
the TLA.
The TLA.
Yes.
That's when Bill Weston was dressed as Scooby-Doo that one
Walking
time.
down South Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot
I mean,
about
I'm
that.
looking at just the entire league, right? So there's 30 teams in the league, and it looks like at least 11 of them either play in a dome or in warmer temperatures. Why not just start the season in those areas first? You know what I mean? Because somebody has to start on the road. It doesn't matter. And listen, I love that the Phils are starting their season at home. I think it's always a bummer when you don't get to start your season at home, but somebody has to start on the road. And if you are going to start this early, and we know how crappy and volatile the weather can be, especially some of these northeast cities, why don't they just start it in a nicer
I bet you a lot of it is
area?
tied up too with advertising and
I mean, listen, it's a 162 game season, and the logistics there, I get it, right? But we do have to do these West Coast road trips or these Southern road trips, and I don't know. I feel like there's probably a better way to do this.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I took a little tour of the of Citizens Bank last night. They had a little preview party. So they totally changed the Hall of Fame Club. Remember the walls that were covered in baseballs?
Yeah.
Those are all removed now for these really big screens that are showing old photos of the 80 team and the 08 team and some specialty moments. And then, guys, the new Era store is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I was in there for 2.5 hours.
it was
Last night I got this new jacket.
I noticed a jacket. Okay, that's where you got that.
Yeah,
All
because
right.
they're celebrating the All-Star game this summer.
Okay.
So I was talking to our friend Francis, and he says mid-season he has to start carrying merch from all 30 teams.
Yeah.
And have all of his All-Star stuff. But it's a 2-level store now where you can get hats with patches on it and customized things. It's really cool.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, get started tomorrow. Weather's going to be good. So that's a good thing. All right, here's something that's happening today. The Rocky statue is going to be moved from the bottom of the steps of Philadelphia Museum of Art and placed inside the building. So that's happening today.
First time ever, right?
The move indoors, yes, marks the statue's first display inside the Art Museum. And it comes as part of the inclusion in a forthcoming exhibit known as Rising Up, Rocky, and the Making of Monuments.
I want to say that I never knew this building was full of paintings.
As part of the move, the base of the museum steps, from the base of the museum steps in the area around where the Rocky statue currently stands, will be closed to the public today. Street, lane, and sidewalk closures will be put in place from Kelly Drive to Martin Luther King Jr. Drive along Spring Garden Street to facilitate the move. And the statue at the top of the steps, the Loner from Sylvester Stallone's collection, will remain on display and accessible to visitors. You just won't have it at the base anymore.
You know, I think this bizarre thing that's occurred over the years that there's, well, you know, you guys, Rocky's a fictional character and you know, all this stuff is like, look at the legend and lore of other countries and other cities that are all predicated on stories and you know, made up stuff. This is ours. This is our this is our Camelot.
I think it's
this is
fine.
our, you know, Merlin.
So the original Rocky statue will be available for viewing inside the museum once the Rising Up exhibition opens in April. That'll be April 25th. Today's Rocky rearrangement is the latest and most visible step in a plan that began making headlines in December. That month, Creative Philadelphia, the city's office for the creative sector, proposed a plan that will move the city's Rocky statue inside the art museum temporarily before permanently installing it at the top of the so-called Rocky steps later this year. Yes. At that point, Stallone's statue will go back into his personal collection. So they're going to send that back to Sly.
And they're putting the Paulie statue in the men's room.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Don't sweat you. The Rocky-sized void at the base of the art museum steps will later be filled by the city statue of real-life heavyweight boxing champion Smokin' Joe Frazier, which Creative Philadelphia proposed moving to that spot last month. The Frazier statue's relocation date has not yet been determined. Creative Philadelphia said in a statement, though, it is expected to make the move from its current home at the South Philadelphia Sports Complex later this year.
I love all this. I love that they're doing this. And, is Stallone expected to come in for any of this?
No.
Yeah, sadly.
I hope that people appreciate the Joe Frazier statue.
Yeah.
I think it's already in a good place at the sports complex. And because so many people go by it regularly, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people are there all the time throughout the year. And I hope that, you know, people will go and take a picture with the Joe Frazier statue and not just it's there off to the side of the
that it kind of gets lost in the sauce because
he's real.
I don't want to say sadly because Rocky means a lot to us, but Joe Frazier is a legend.
Oh my God!
And deserving of that attention. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But maybe move the Paulie one out of the bathroom.
I'm scared for how many people take a photo with Joe Frazier and think it's Rocky.
Creative Philadelphia estimated that moving and reinstating the city's Rocky and Frazier statues will cost about $150,000 each. Okay.
Wait, what?
Why does it cost? I saw this. Why does it cost $150,000 to move a statue? It says each, $150,000 each.
I'll do it for $10,000.
Yeah, right.
You know what I
Exactly.
mean? Like,
we'll get it done.
I'll get it done.
Well, that's city budgeting. You know, so everyone has their hand out. I don't know.
But still, even that, $150,000.
I have a hand truck.
I don't understand where they justify that kind of money.
Do you think there should? You know what I'd love to see? I think there should be an Apollo Creed statue as well.
Yeah,
you know,
it'd be. You know, what would be great is a statue of the two of them at the end of was it the third movie where they had the private boxing match and they end with they're both throwing a punch to each other's face. That'd be a pretty cool statue. The two of them together. Yeah. I don't hear the wow. Yeah. So, by the way, the Rocky statue has been in town for more than 4 decades and has a bit of it's been, of course, been a controversial fixture, having been shuttled back and forth between the Art Museum and the Stadium Complex in South Philly at least 6 times over the year.
I don't remember all those times.
Yeah,
wow.
They moved it back and forth a bunch.
Baby.
So, keeps on moving. All right, but that's taking place today. Just a heads up. All right, in other City Beat news, things in and around the city of brotherly love, Love is Blind, that TV show, last year, they had announced that they were casting for the show's 11th season in Philadelphia, and for months, local fans of the Netflix reality series have speculated when and where the show will be filming in the Philly area, and their questions are kind of being answered. As of last week, fans had spotted Love is Blind singles and crew members filming inside restaurants throughout Center City and South Philadelphia.
Is this your wife's show? Love is Blind? Is
It's
that the
one
she
of them,
watches?
yeah.
Okay,
yeah, she watches that. I don't know if she's as into it in the current seasons or not, but there was a time where, that was on all the time.
Love is Blind.
Social media users posted videos of cameras aimed at a group of Philadelphia singles mingling in and outside of the Mediterranean restaurant Dear Daphne, Queens Village Casa Wee, and the Italian restaurant and gelato shop Vita with golden wine glasses in hand. I guess it's a prop from the show. I don't know.
So it's
Golden
my
wine
understanding that
glasses.
they don't see each other, right? I mean, they're in...
Well, until... so they don't see each other until...
And they blind them.
They don't blind. They don't like poke out their eyes or anything like that. No, they're only allowed to meet face to face after their engagement.
Okay.
So they may already be engaged, and now they're milling
Out
about.
and about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was at a bar once in Denver, and they were filming Love is Blind Denver, and the people at the table were telling us that when they're at the restaurants now, they're either engaged or already married, and this is when they're meeting like the family and friends.
Yeah. So I
Okay.
think that's what's happening now.
And is there something with the golden glasses or goblets?
I don't know
or?
about that, but
All
it
right.
might make sense to like show to cover what they're drinking.
Okay.
So
All
you're
right.
not like seeing the levels of wine. Because if you're filming a TV show and they
continuity.
edit these
Right,
things
yeah.
for continuity, if you're sipping,
Maybe.
then it has to, do that.
So, Steve, they spend this time in what they call pods.
Okay.
Meeting each other.
And they're talking on a phone?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they talk. I think they can
Walkie-talkies.
hear each other. Yeah, they use the walkie-talkies. So that's how you know your love connection, even though the audio is a little bit different.
How big are your drugs?
So that's how it goes. Walkie-talkies. You have to say niner a lot. Yeah. So the golden wine glasses, as noted by many, were apparently the giveaway to what was going on. So it's a signature of the show. While the restaurants didn't respond to inquiries before a deadline that this article came out in the Enquirer, they were made to sign non-disclosure agreements when they were dining at Vita on Saturday. That's what they told the Enquirer.
So these non-disclosure agreements are very important for these shows. And if you stop and think about it, this whole situation with The Bachelorette, obviously the show's already shot. The guy was already picked. They were already getting ready to do the promotional tour for everything now after the fact. So all that shooting for the show was months ago.
Yeah. The show, by the way, rated among the most streamed in Netflix history, has drawn international audiences and discourse largely because of its high-stakes concept. Each season, a new group of singles begin dating in the pods where they can only communicate by voice. They're then allowed to meet face-to-face after their engagement, and then they vacation, they live together, and they decide whether to marry or not. The 10th season of the series features an Ohio-only cast with singles hailing from Cincinnati to Cleveland. That came out on February 11th.
Would you watch a show called Love is Deaf, Dumb, and Blind?
Deaf, dumb, and blind. No
Right.
speaking, no
talking.
hearing,
Yeah.
and no seeing. Why not? There's no she wasn't deaf.
No. She was just stupid.
No, she was
stupid.
She was like, for some reason, I drew a parallel between Nell and Helen Keller, and that's
Well,
why
you're thinking of Nell and Keller.
Yeah,
Nell and
Keller.
dude. Instead of Wawa, she says Kong Kong.
How do you sign Kong Kong?
By the way, according to the Miracle Worker,
Yeah.
Wawa was the first thing that Helen Keller said.
Really?
Yeah,
Annie
meaning
Sullivan.
water.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was her way of saying water.
Well, she
Wawa.
picked her convenience store.
Yeah, where do you want to go?
Yeah, she's on a palm.
Wawa.
Sheets.
No.
Wawa.
Dude, there's a running gag. So I use a great website called fark.com to find a lot of my bizarre file stories and things like that. And people submit articles, and in the lineup, you'll see the little submissions that they write, and it's got a little tagline on what the story is. And there's an ongoing bit that confuses Helen Keller, Amelia Earhart, and Anne Frank.
Stop it, really?
Like they're
I bet you
constantly,
people do.
Well,
Yeah.
because they're women in history,
Right,
and the history is getting older and older, and sometimes you forget. Wait, which one was the blind one? Which one flew the airplane? So it's an ongoing bit.
Well, now we've created the new character of Nellen Keller.
Nellen Keller is the new favorite creation of mine.
Right.
All right, I have another City Beat story. All right. Yeah, this is going to be a wrap up. What do I have? Like 1 minute? All right, this will be quick.
3 minutes.
The much anticipated inaugural cruise from the new Phila Port Cruise Terminal is scheduled to set in sail in just weeks, but the facility near the Philadelphia International Airport in Tinicum Township is nowhere near ready, raising concerns and questions for thousands of travelers. The Phila Port is still a construction zone with no terminal. Norwegian Cruise Line and Phila Port said that check-in for the inaugural voyage will now happen from a temporary facility, but the ship will still set sail as scheduled from the port.
I'm very happy that this industry is coming here, and it's wild to run commercials for the cruise lines out of this area.
So the first scheduled sailing of the Norwegian Jewel will depart Philadelphia as planned on Thursday, April 16th. The statement went on to say construction has been impacted by extreme winter weather conditions, and the embarkation process for the initial sailings will operate from a temporary facility.
That makes sense. You know what I'd love to do? At some point in our radio career, Preston, christen a ship.
Oh, christen
We
a
could
ship.
christen a ship.
Yeah.
Is that so much to
Smash
ask?
the bottle, the champagne bottle. We can ask if somebody would
They
like
always
to do that.
do those like rock and roll cruises, or the lady who does my hair, Jackie. She went on it was a Goo Goo Dolls Matchbox 20 cruise. They'll do like 80s rocks cruises,
and they're huge.
Yeah, they are. They really are. We should do an MMR cruise. The entire MMR. Although I don't want to go.
You don't want to be stuck on a boat.
Yeah.
I told you I hate cruises.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm on board for that.
I'm scared of them.
You're scared of them?
Yeah.
The ones that
I'm
I've
not
done
as
have
scared of
been
them.
with a purpose, but I agree with you for the most part, Press. Like the notion of, like a lot of times, if the destination, if you're going to a tropical destination, to me, you're wasting time on a cruise ship to get. But if you're going to a cruise-worthy destination, like Alaska, like the Greek islands, like even Hawaii, or, where you're moving around to different, or like the river cruise that I did, then it makes sense.
And however long you're on the cruise, you're stuck with those same people at your dinner table.
Right, yeah.
If that,
it's the same dinner table the whole week?
in some cruise situations, yes.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So they're moving away from the dinner tables.
Okay.
On some of like the adult ones where you're not stuck at that dinner.
That might help a little, I guess. But, anyhow, so they're gonna the terminal's not done, but the cruises are going ahead.
I love that it's there.
So
Yeah.
that's up. All right, that's it. Give me the trumpet one more time. We got to wrap up the City Beat, people.
Scribbly wah wah.
That is all we have time for now. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. And Fox, good day. Checking in with Mike and Alex in the Bizarre File. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Russell Barkley, a retired clinical psychologist at the University of Massachusetts, is often credited with linking time impairment with people with ADHD or autism. In 1997, he called it temporal myopia. But recently, time blindness has sparked a social media debate. Where is the line between a genuine condition and someone who is disorganized or just plain rude?
Yeah, a lot of people use it, and they everyone wants to jump on the latest syndrome and stuff and say that's why I'm late for work all the time is because I have this. But it's not. There is a definite clinical condition that is not what a lot of people think it is.
Time blindness is the inability to determine how long a task will take or conceptualize how much time has passed. It relates to executive function that occurs in the frontal lobes of the brain. It is a well-documented characteristic of many people with ADHD. And Stephanie Sarkis, a psychotherapist in Tampa Bay, Florida, said anyone can have issues with running late. Just with ADHD, there's functional impairment. And it impacts family life and social life. It impacts work, money, management, all areas of life. Sarkis said if a person's chronic tardiness is 1 star in the constellation of symptoms, then it could be evidence of a treatable disorder. She cited research that stimulant medication prescribed for other ADHD symptoms, such as inattention and restlessness, is also effective at treating time blindness.
So yeah, you said ADHD is
might be
all right to part of this. I err on the other side. If I'm anything, I'm too early more often than not. But I'd prefer that. I like you. I think we both agree, Preston. Rather get to the airport way early than close to on time. I don't.
I feel like the airport.
I get too nervous.
The airport one is the only one where I'm like, okay, I want to be early.
I see you walk in like when we do movie screenings. You walk in like 2 minutes before the movie starts. I've been there for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, the airport thing,
yeah,
and the reason that I don't mind getting there super early is, number one, fear of the major inconvenience that it would be to miss your flight.
Right.
And how many hoops you have to jump through. I am already going to be tired from this day.
Yeah.
And I don't need to add on several hours and complications and all that. So getting there early is totally worth it. Plus, there's stuff to do at the airport.
Right.
Yeah.
You know?
Could pretend you're a spy.
Yeah, so for me, it's more of like this. You never know what the security check-in line is going to look like.
Yeah.
And I've been there where I've just walked right through, and then I've also been there where the line goes all the way down. No, the line goes all the way down. The corridor.
Yeah.
And so my fear is that I'm going to get there and it's going to be really, really crowded. Right. And Press, you're right. There are a ton of things that you can do, and also even if they're I can just sit in the terminal, play on my phone or whatever.
Yeah, see, I just have all of these things all together, and it's so terrible.
You're like right up. You'll right up to the last second.
Oh yeah, yes. And Steve, I'm self-diagnosed ADHD, and I see the videos on Instagram, and I watch them, and I relate with the person who thinks that something takes 4 minutes and it takes 27 minutes.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, one will come by and it'll be like, "Oh yeah, you had an event," and they're saying like, "Oh, I'll be 5 minutes late," and you're like, "That's okay. I've been here for 3 hours." Like that doesn't compute with me whatsoever.
So this is you then.
Whatsoever. Yeah. And
So-
on top of this, I also have I'm not motivated to do things until I have to do something else. Like when I had to pack for over vacation for a road trip, I decided that was when I wanted to hang up the clothes that had been sitting on my floor for a month.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Like it was the pressure to pack that was like, oh, you know what? I've been meaning to do this. I should do that now
you get
and distracted
productive
away from that.
You get productive under pressure.
Yeah.
And is it difficult for you to attach priority to something? Meaning, like let's say this: if you had to be somewhere at 6 p.m. and if you weren't there on time, you were going to lose your job. That kind of priority would motivate you to be there early.
I am so falsifying myself that I still think that I'm going to be on time, no matter what time I leave.
Okay.
I can convince myself that like I'm still leaving with enough time. Does that make sense?
But what I'm saying, but if a heightened priority were put on something, would you make a mental note to I will not get there late, I will get there early?
Yes, like I will still think that I am leaving with enough time to be there early, but somehow
even though you're running
this
late?
time blindness has kept me, and I end up being 3 minutes late.
I can't wrap my mind around
Yeah,
that.
So
it's
what
so
about-
wild.
What about?
It's hard to explain and it's hard to justify it because people don't understand it.
Yeah, so there is, and I feel like you did this to us. Maybe it was in Chicago or whatever, but we all had dinner reservations, and they don't sit you until everybody from your party shows up to the restaurant. And let's say the dinner reservation was at 6:30, and like you showed up well, and we're all just sitting there in the lobby, like just waiting and waiting. It might not have been you; it might have actually been Nick, but it was like I was like, come on, man! There are like 10 people here waiting for you to be on time,
Right, yeah.
And this is me, the guy who's late for everything.
Sure. Yeah. It's like whatever that minute is, tell me 5 minutes before, and I will be there at the minute you wanted me to be there. Does that make sense?
Jeff Meltzer, a therapist in Bradenton, Florida, counsels people who never show up on time to examine the core issues behind their lateness. And this is interesting. Here's something I hadn't considered. He said some people who hate small talk fear arriving early, which could point to anxiety as the underlying issue.
That does suck.
Others may feel that they don't have much control over their lives, so they try to reclaim a few minutes from responsibilities. He said it's the same psychology concept behind revenge bedtime procrastination, referring to the urge that one may have to stay up late to recoup personal time after a busy day. Like, I had a busy day, I didn't get to enjoy anything, so I'm going to stay up late tonight.
Yeah.
So in those cases, one tool is to create a small, what he calls a coping card to refer to regularly. And he said, after determining a reason for chronic lateness, take an index card and write down a reframed thought about that reason and a consequence of being late. For instance, on one side, write, attending this meeting doesn't mean that I lose my freedom. And in the other side, write, being late again will upset people at work.
Yeah, that
ain't gonna
happen.
work.
Ain't gonna happen.
No.
You're gonna put off doing that.
Yep. Meltzer said the hardest reason to change the habit would be something that early arrivers often attribute to latecomers, a sense of entitlement. People who feel that their time is more important than others' time may give themselves permission to be late.
You know what makes me feel a little bit uneasy is when we have a guest show up way early, and I know that there are certain guests that like Mark Summers is an early guy.
Right.
I think Todd Glass is an early, and that's just who they are. They don't like to be late.
Yeah.
So let's say we tell them to be here at 8, to be on air at 8:15, and then they show up at 7:30. That makes me feel uneasy because now they're just waiting for 40, and I don't want them waiting for 45 minutes. I'd rather
and
them
I
wait
hear
for
you. I'll tell you, as someone who does arrive early, I never feel that the onus is on the person who's the event I'm going to, that they have to entertain me or yeah.
I think most early arrivers don't either. So I think you just know that they made that choice, and they're good with it.
Yeah.
So it should be cool.
Except Mark Summers, who called you a prick.
The list of things that you're describing there, Preston, I feel like don't describe me. I'm so apologetic for all of it, and there's no entitlement about it whatsoever. I just feel like I could be more productive in that time than waiting for what was going on. And that's what I convinced myself.
That if you get there early, there's something else I could have been doing that was productive. And are you indeed doing productive things
Usually,
that make you run late?
Yeah, I'm doing the thing that
Shadow
I
puppets.
wanted to do a week ago.
Right.
But I'm motivated to do it right now.
All right, so this is interesting. Particularly helpful, he says, has been making a list of how long things take. Getting out the door in the morning felt like it took 20 minutes until this therapist, Levat, listed every step from bed to door. So he actually timed it out. Walk down the stairs, 1 minute. Find shoes, 1 minute. And he said, I had a list that was a whole page long of literally walking between rooms, and learned that it took 45 minutes, not 20 minutes.
Right.
So if you actually
twice.
Do a one-time test of how long things take, might give you a clearer picture.
I get that.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, what are you laughing at?
I'm laughing. I'm laughing at these texts that came in
Oh,
that
okay.
are saying they're associating with me.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So
I'm
anyhow,
surprised they got the time to do that.
I like Marissa. We need T-shirts. It's real. It's hard to figure out. Or I thought Marissa was describing me. So I feel you guys who are out there.
all right, we're moving on to another story. As scientific advancements go, this is really unusual. A growing number of people are getting Brazilian butt lifts and breast enhancements using fat from donated human cadavers.
So there's something wildly ghoulish about that.
The product called
Franken-ass.
Alloclay is made from sterile fat that goes through a cleaning process to remove DNA and other materials that could cause
Like to donate your loved one to go into someone else's ass?
it could cause a bad reaction. It is meant for patients who are too thin to use their own fat, or who have already had liposuction. This doesn't bother me. I think it's just weird saying that, but I mean, you get if you even got donations from a living donor, I mean, it's still
that's weird too.
Removed from the body.
I mean, you will listen for life-saving. They already use cadaver stuff for life-saving measures.
I don't know what's weird about it. It just seems weird.
But
to
when
me,
it comes for cosmetic reasons,
seems a little bit more frivolous.
Yeah. Or
So the filler can be injected.
What are you going to do with that penis?
The filler can be injected in a doctor's office without general anesthesia.
Yeah.
And Dr. Sachin Siradharani, a Manhattan plastic surgeon, said demand has been high for the product. Procedures start at around $10,000 and go up depending on the amount of filler used. Men are also using Alloclay to sculpt their chests without implants. Just dead people's fat.
How soon before they're going out these kill squads to get the ass juice that they need?
I saw there's a girl that on Instagram. Crazy, I know. I follow attractive girls on Instagram, but there's a girl on Instagram who is she has 6-pack abs.
Right.
But her body, the rest of her natural body fat doesn't seem to jibe with that. And I think that there's some kind of implants or injections that
It could be
there.
that. You
know what I mean?
That sort of contouring is quite common these days.
Yeah.
Where you see someone who's the rest of their body fat ratio doesn't belie a sculpted abdomen.
And as you know, Steve, to get that, because you've followed bodybuilding and stuff like that for a long time, to get the really... All right, thank you very much, Marissa. We got, I don't know, a minute and a half, something like that, I guess, before we go on Fox Good Day. So we'll monitor the feed, and we'll wait till we hear some music popping up. I got this interesting email real quick from a guy named Lou Giamo. And he says, hey, this might be a little weird, but bear with me. My father was a musician who did summer stock at Valley Forge Music fair in the 60s and 70s, and when it was a tent in the round, and he ended up owning quite a few of the chairs that were originally used for the audience. He passed away in 1977, and those chairs went missing. My mother passed away last month while cleaning the attic. I found 6 of those chairs, plus a box of replacement seats and backs.
These are seats that were used in the actual Valley Forge or the tent?
At the tent for the event. He said, I don't want to throw this stuff away. I was hoping that you might know somebody who would like to have them. Thanks, and I listen daily. So that's Lou. I don't know. Reach out to me. Maybe I'll put you in touch with him. I don't know. You can email me if you want to.
Why not?
But
Are we going to do that Chairs Across America event?
maybe now
Yeah.
that we got 6 extra chairs to go. But I didn't know if that would be something like you donate as a museum
Historical piece
locally
or
something along
I bet you
those
someone
lines.
would be interested.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, people hung on to and still hang on to the chairs from Veterans or the
yeah.
seats from Veterans
Or the
Stadium.
Spectrum.
And the Spectrum as well, yeah.
I bought seats from the vet that were like in whatever the Diamond Club was at the vet, like the soft ones.
What'd you do with them?
It's just folded up in the corner of my apartment.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
But it's cool.
But some people, will incorporate them into, their little man cave or
sports
whatever,
room, yeah.
So anyhow, he's got these. If you're interested, reach out. Maybe I can connect you with him. All right. We got about 10 seconds. We will be hearing some music fading up shortly, and then it's TV time. So everybody look your best. Be all bright and shining. I'm ready to go, and we'll see what Mike and Alex have to say. Here we go.
Oh, that's one of the most famous Philadelphia Phillies walk-up songs. A-OK. Bryson Stott, that's his walk-up song. Has been for years. Preston and Steve, hi.
Hi.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, so it got us to thinking, if we were Phillies players, Steve, let's start with you. What would be your walk-up song?
You want to get the crowd going. You want to get them really just
Yes.
super excited, so it would have to be Stay by Lisa Loeb.
Yeah.
Is that the wrong direction, Mike?
God.
Yeah.
It's the wrong direction.
You say, I only hear what I want to.
I hear it now.
Yeah.
I'd sing along.
Yep.
All right,
They
then.
sound beautiful together.
I had picked this song before, and I think it still holds true. Run Like Hell by Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
Okay.
honestly, and I would really like to do this because, the way people sing along to the song when Stott comes up and the
Yeah.
whole crowd gets into it.
Right.
I would like to do the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song. Because who would not sing along with, oh, who lives in a
Yeah.
pineapple under the sea as they're coming up?
SpongeBob SquarePants.
You'd be all over that, Alex.
So true.
Yes, that's true. We just did it now. Yeah.
But
a good idea.
If it weren't
For the
that,
whole stadium.
I came to the conclusion that my favorite song of all time, because it brings back great childhood memories, is Benny and the Jets from Elton
good
John.
one, yeah.
And I thought that'd be kind of a cool little fun walk-up
And
song.
your cadence would be very dun.
I wouldn't do the very beginning of the
Okay,
song.
all right.
It would be the chorus of the song. So
Dun, dun, dun.
Well,
Yeah.
what about Philadelphia Freedom then? I mean,
that's too easy.
It's too on the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're both groaning on that
shoot
one.
me down as
Was that going to
fast
be yours,
as you
Mike?
can. No, well, it was, but no, mine
Sorry.
is Play That Funky Music, White Boy.
That's definitely yes.
I like that.
Yeah, because
And you're white.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
it does
good.
work out.
Yes.
Is he? Oh.
Alex, you didn't know?
From the waist
On
up.
the surface.
I don't think sometimes you can't tell.
No, Mike is Asian from the waist down.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, fellas. Have a great opening day
Happy
tomorrow.
30th anniversary, by the way,
30th.
guys.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yep. We
Thank
love you. We'll see you soon.
A week from today, we will celebrate we'll see them on
Yeah.
next
All right.
Wednesday.
See you guys. All right. So it's next Wednesday.
Yes, we
All right.
got that answer for us.
We didn't look it up. We just guessed out loud. All right. So I was wrong about that. All right. Did we do traffic already?
We did.
And what the hell is my traffic music doing next?
And where are those pictures I was supposed to see?
All right. Now we are set. We can do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for over 20 years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. And tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. We'll start with this story. It's out of Pennsylvania. Authorities say an Altoona man is facing arson charges, accused of setting fire to a home early Sunday morning with 3 people inside. Now, that's not what I'm giggling at.
Yes, I thought.
Police say 43-year-old Martin Hay was allegedly setting fire to a residence while singing the popular 80s rock song Burning Down the House by the Talking Heads. So while he was doing it, and I think there's video of him, investigators say that Hay is accused of standing in the doorway of the home, allegedly trying to prevent responding firefighters from entering the home. Police say Hay was reportedly the only one awake at the time of the fire. Officials note that the 3 residents were able to escape the home, with one adult resident treated for minor smoke inhalation. Investigators say firefighters reported significant damage to the living room area of the home and determined that a chair had been intentionally set ablaze. When questioned by police, authorities say Hay claimed that he was, quote, having a bad day.
Well, could he get off on the fact that it was performance art?
And he had reportedly attempted to put the chair inside the fireplace. Police say that Hay later admitted to setting the chair on fire because, quote, it was dirty.
Yeah.
And then extinguishing
it's expensive to have that stuff cleaned.
He's jailed on multiple arson-related charges as well as felonies for risking catastrophe and child endangerment on top of that. But he had a great song that he was singing. In Florida, Brevard County Sheriff's Office reports that Farron Fullerton was arrested Saturday for trespassing at a hotel while wearing a stolen inmate uniform. He refused to leave after his reservation ended.
Don't you usually try to steal regular clothing so you don't look like an inmate?
Deputies responded to a hotel where a guest, Fullerton, stayed past checkout. Officers told him that he was trespassed and needed to leave, but he remained in the room. When deputies arrived to make the arrest, Fullerton reportedly resisted getting handcuffed. Sheriff Wayne Ivey commented on the unusual situation, considering the suspect's clothing, saying, "I've heard of dress for success, but never dress for arrest." The uniform Fullerton wore during the incident was identified as belonging to the Mitchell County Jail. Authorities investigated his background and confirmed that he was not an escapee from the facility. Investigators found that Fullerton stole the outfit after a prior jail stay there. And Ivy, the sheriff, said, who does that, really?
Yeah.
Who steals an inmate outfit?
I want to look like a convict.
And Steve, it was a classic black and white stripe one,
by
the way. So maybe that's why he wanted to
worse than
get
that, yeah.
In Washington State, a Kitsap County man arrested on suspicion of DUI was behind the wheel of his van, or was not behind the wheel of his van. He was actually sitting cross-legged on top of it as it laid on its side. So as the van was on its side, the dude climbs up on top of it and just sat there cross-legged and waited for the cops to come.
Gonna catch some rays.
A deputy responded to a single vehicle collision Sunday evening. The sheriff's office stated upon arrival, the deputy found a 48-year-old man sitting cross-legged on the side of his overturned van. While the driver claimed that he swerved to miss a deer, the deputy noted slurred speech and found alcoholic iced tea containers inside the vehicle. The 48-year-old's blood alcohol content was more than twice the legal limit. According to the sheriff's office, he was booked into the Kitsap County Jail on suspicion of DUI.
He initially said that a dog had run out in front of the van.
That's my excuse. So a coffin plunged into a ravine and split open after a bridge collapsed, leaving mourners scrambling to save the body. I saw the video of this. It's crazy. The footage shows a funeral procession passing over a log bridge in the Cajamarca province of Peru as water speeds underneath. Carrying a red coffin on their shoulders, the dozen-strong group of men edge forward across the precarious crossing. Suddenly, the bridge buckles under the weight and collapses. And all the men and the coffin go into the water below. As the coffin slides down the broken planks, it gets caught in the tide, and then it splits open, and you can see the body and everything. It starts filling up with water. Screams and shouts ring out as mourners scramble to their feet to secure it as a man remains crushed beneath the casket in the rushing water. The dramatic scene came amid intense rain and rising river levels affected various regions across the country. Witnesses said the bridge already showed signs of deterioration before the accident made it worse by the humidity and the rainfall. The temporary structure was not built to sustain the weight of multiple people simultaneously. Miraculously, none of the men were injured, and locals managed to recover the coffin before it was swept away by the current.
They said a woman named Rose climbed up onto the coffin, was able to stay alive.
She survived. Yeah. All right, I'm going to do one more story and we'll wrap it up. This one's out of Lakewood, New Jersey. A man has been charged with lewdness and shoplifting after he walked into a liquor store naked and stole a beer.
Do you have something that goes well with nutsack?
The 69-year-old man's name and hometown were not released. Lakewood police said the man was found naked outside of Pine Cone Liquor Store, drinking a 25-ounce Budweiser.
Good day, gentlemen.
He was accused of...
I'm looking for a Chardonnay.
He was accused of walking into the liquor store naked, grabbing the beer, and then walking out without paying for it.
Having a little get-together at the house later on, and I wanted to have something that was impressive.
As officers approached him, the man began yelling what police said were...
Now, it's my understanding you can't call it champagne if it doesn't come from the Champagne region of France.
So he was apparently yelling what police were saying were alarming statements. He was arrested without incident and taken to police headquarters. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Some good ones, right? All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in just a moment. We'll keep this Wednesday morning moving forward. Wherever your travels may take you, hang out with us because we won't be gone long. We'll be back shortly. You have to build up the muscle first. Then you got to lose weight. Big time. You have to lose the fat. The fat covers up the muscle. And when the fat is gone, then you see the definition.
Absolutely. In case you would well know this as well, when they have to the water all of that has to be purged, and you would see it throughout the entire body. Yeah. You wouldn't just see it in the abs.
Right. So, Preston, this one person you're talking about, did they have more fat on them?
Okay. Exactly. So that's what I mean. It doesn't jibe together. So I think they're doing either injections or maybe flat out implants.
There are ab implants.
Are there?
Yes, there are.
I wouldn't mind having ab implants. Once in my life, I'd like to have. I took a real shot at it, man. I worked really, really hard for.
You got it.
Kind of, sort of, but it was so. I had to give up. I was trying too hard, and I injured myself a couple times. I'm like, I can't do this.
Get them on your back. See how you like it.
Dude, those back abs are awesome.
You must work out like a
Look at that.
You've got back abs.
Yeah, I mean, these people
Six-pack abs.
Are you looking at pictures, Mariz?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like the equivalent of getting a boob job. You're just getting an ab job.
Yeah. So we're looking at the photos of the guy on the left.
Can they
here,
do
Marissa.
hand jobs?
It's kind of like the girl that I was saying. See how you can tell that he's got sculpted abs, but he has big love handles there on the side too. It just doesn't
seem to make sense.
Quite jive. Yeah. So, all right. Anyway, you can always do dead people's fat if you want to now, because that is available.
It's a good band name, Dead People's Fat.
All right. I think we got to wrap up or do we have time for one more case?
One more.
All right. All right. Let's do a quicker one. Yeah. How about this? New research shows that stressed out rats are more likely to use cannabis when given the chance.
So they toke up when they get a little bit of agitation?
Yeah, they roll a spliff and get fired up and you're good to go.
Irie.
Scientists at Washington State University created...
Put on some Marley.
Created a detailed behavior profile for 48 rats and then let them access cannabis vapor for an hour a day over 3 weeks.
Why not just give them edibles?
I know, right? Maybe they could, I'm not really sure. So the rats could get the vapor by poking their nose into a small port. Rats with higher levels of stress hormone cortisone use the cannabis more often than calmer rats.
This cheese tastes so good.
The connection was tied to their regular baseline stress levels.
I'm in the mood for pizza.
Not stress from specific tasks or puzzles. Researchers also found that rats who had trouble adapting to changing rules were more motivated to seek out the cannabis.
It's kind of funny.
Trouble adapting to changing rules. They're like, dude, I can't figure this out. Let's just smoke
You're
up.
bumming me out.
Scientists hope this information could help people understand their own cannabis habits and make smarter choices about use.
Cannabis Rats. There's another band name.
That's a band name. The Cannabis Rats. I love it. All right, there you go. That's Just Saying Institute for today, friends. We'll do some more research and we'll return another time with plenty to feed your mind with. And I saw Temple's fencing Dr. Nikki Franke, who I believe you guys had at the Camp Out for Hunger. I thought you guys would like to share this. So absolutely, Dr. Franke came by and taught me how to fence, which I think I did a pretty good job of, other than almost crippling my knee.
Yeah.
But
she was amazing, though.
She was excellent. And she is, she's had a 50-year coaching career at Temple. There was an event a little while back that they had over 100 of her former and current student athletes were in attendance. And each era got on stage and spoke about her impact. The women shared tears, laughter, and joy for the coach who changed their lives. She said it really was very moving. Over the years, it's still the same. The stories that they told and the things they remember, it really made me feel like, okay, I've done my job because they still have good feelings about their time here. That's the most satisfying thing about coaching.
She told the story about how it all came to be, and she just kind of on a whim, got involved with it. It became something very important to her. That program would not exist were it not for her.
She created it.
She created it, yeah.
So she is the 2026 winner of the NCAA Pat Summitt Award, an honor recognizing a coach who has demonstrated devotion to the development of college athletes and made a positive impact on their lives. And she was recognized for that alongside other NCAA honors recipients.
You should reach out to her and let her know how you were permanently crippled by your 7 minutes of fencing.
So her resume reflects her legendary status as a coach, as a fencer in her own right. Franke earned National Intercollegiate Women's Fencing Association All-American honors, earned a spot on 2 Olympic rosters, and was inducted into the Brooklyn College Hall of Fame.
Nice.
As a coach, she is the all-time winningest women's athletics coach at Temple, amassing 898 wins in the 1992 National Women's Foil Team Championship. Under her direction, the Temple program perennial ranked in the top 10 with 37 fencers earning 66 NCAA championship selections and 25 fencers earning 35 All-American honors. She was a 4-time U.S. Fencing Coaches Association Coach of the Year and was inducted into the International Women's Sports Hall of Fame.
Think about the way her life just played out and all these accolades and the commitment. But I mean, she had the 2 students with her the day she came out to the Camp Out for Hunger, and they were amazing.
Yeah.
So all the lives that she positively affected is just the staggering the amount of people that have gone through that program.
Yeah, it's a legacy.
Yeah.
It's absolutely.
I would call it iconic.
Almost Richard Marx-like, to be honest. So
the iconic fencing of Richard Marx.
So Eric, who emailed me, also said, hey, can I get a shout out for my neighbor, Francesca Lucia? I'm not sure how you pronounce her last name. Loiseau. And she won the NCAA Inspiration Award. So he sent me an article about her, and I read about it. And she was a tennis player, collegiate tennis player in her freshman year, and she had a stroke.
Oh wow!
She was doing weight training, and boom. Just nailed her, and like half her body went out, and they saved her life. They had essentially bore a hole in her head,
Jesus,
and release the pressure of a brain bleed, and so she just took her a couple of years to rehab and get back, and she ended up getting back to tennis, and playing again in matches.
Well?
And I don't know if she got 100% all of her function back, but enough to participate again in the program. So she was given the NCAA Inspiration Award. So I want to give a shout out to her. Which is
just on a side note, and we certainly do that. Years ago when I was powerlifting a lot, when that was one of the things I do, I stopped doing that because I heard a couple of stories of like strokes and when you're overtaxing your system like that, I'm like, I don't know, man, you're kind of flirting with, that happened to Paul Hogan. He was weight training and doing some sort of excessive weight, and he had a stroke. He passed out.
Yeah.
And this was years ago.
Do you remember, famous musician, played chef on...
Richard Marx?
No, not Richard Marx.
Isaac Hayes.
Isaac Hayes.
He was on the
treadmill.
Yes.
He was exercising. He was doing what he was supposed to be doing, and had a stroke and died.
Honestly, if you can... Sit on the couch and eat junk food.
Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
So I think it's Francesca Lusso, probably is how you say that,
All right.
Marissa. I don't know.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, I was just seeing if your eyes, if that made sense. All right, anyhow, that's the City Beat story. Here's another one for you. Wawa is closing a store on Drexel University's campus. This is nearly 3 years after remodeling to a digital order-only concept with no products on the shelves.
I remember when they debuted this. They had like a ribbon cutting and the whole thing, and it was going to be in it. The thing I like with Wawa, though, is that something doesn't work or they add something. They move. They're fluid.
So this didn't work.
One of the many things I like about Wawa.
3300 Market Street location, which has been open since 2018, is set to close on the 21st of this month. It was remodeled in 2023 to test the new store format, which required customers to order all items on touchscreen, no shelves of products to browse. The pilot was not successful, leading to the store's planned closure, according to a statement from our friend Lori Bruce at Wawa. Prior to the pandemic, the store saw more food service than any other Wawa, they said. But the company statement shared by Lori said, over the years, we've made several attempts to address business and operational changes at this location. That effort includes partnering with property owner Drexel University in an attempt to address some of these issues, and most recently making investments in our store design to test fully digital format. Unfortunately, this test did not adequately improve performance or deliver an enhanced customer experience, which ultimately led to the decision to close the store, they said.
You know, I think there's a lot of the Wawa experience is I go in and to my Wawa and I'll see people that I see there, and there, you know, there's a little bit more of that. It's more like your country store.
Well, if you are a regular at your Wawa, which you are, you know the people that work there.
Yeah.
You get to know them after a while. We need to expand our minds and knowledge at the Just Saying Institute.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Marissa Magnata Mini Mount Snow Removal Service.
By the way, Marissa, she stepped out of the studio for a moment, but she was showing us some videos that she took of herself 15 years ago in Manayunk, where it was a really, really big snowstorm, and she and her friends are riding bikes down. I don't know if it was levering or one of the really, really steep roads. Crazy.
Yeah.
Insane.
Suicidal.
Yeah. So.
You said, what was you were saying? I could never do this now.
I can't do that anymore. I can't do that anymore. I will risk permanent damage in my destroyed knees and so on. So, all right, well,
tell my wife I love her.
We're going to start with this. NASA will soon run a high-stakes fueling test on its Artemis II rocket, a practice run that must succeed before 4 astronauts can fly around. Women Who Rock features presented by Barb's Harley-Davidson, Philly's closest and New Jersey's #1 dealer. Visit barbshd.com. There's more features coming out throughout the day. It's us playing a song and taking a moment to highlight some great artists. But Matt Cord will do a workforce block each day in the month. Brent Porsche kicks off his afternoon 12-pack every weekday with A Woman Who Rocks. And Jackie Bam Bam is spotlighting the music of incredible female pioneers of rock and roll each weeknight as well. So
it's a good excuse to take a dip into all that stuff.
Yeah. Somebody else said, texted in and said, Joni. So now that's an icon, architect unlike anybody else. Have you guys ever played her on the show before? Not as like a standalone song. I don't think we have in all the years.
We've talked about. I mean, like
we played parts of Big Yellow Taxi and talked about that, and
her jazz chops as well. And at the Grammy Awards, that celebration they did with her singing, she was seated, and who was with her? Case. Who loves her, the country star that you...
Are you talking about Brandi Carlile?
Brandi Carlile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just an amazing collection of people with her.
Yeah.
But, I mean, she wrote the Woodstock song.
Yeah, Woodstock was written by her, and then CSN had a big hit with that, and they lately there's been some tributes to both sides.
Yeah.
That song in Coda in the movie. They remember that. That's the song that she sings for
that song.
audition. So
when we had Emily Sayers from the Indigo Girls in here, and she was talking about going into Joni's house and the moment where it's just like Elton John's there and Rami Malek is there and everyone's just singing along, and you're just like, this is amazing and also really fun.
Yeah, and rock history, right in front of you. So
yeah, can you absorb all that? You know, it's overwhelming.
Hey, real quick, there are a couple things, emails I wanted to read. There was one. Yeah, here it is.
Is this Preston's mailbox?
No. It is not Preston's mailbox.
I'm
Stop
always
it.
pushing for new categories.
It could be. We've been getting a lot more emails, the shout outs and things like that.
Send your emails to dear Preston Elliott.
Oh, could we carry on Captain Noah in spirit with my own song?
If we can get the puppets, that would be great.
Yes.
And they would collect your trash.
Send your emails to dear old Preston Elliott.
We used to have a theme song for letters.
We did. It should be in there.
It's not.
We don't have the Captain Noah theme?
No, not that. We used to for
Yeah.
letters. Oh, we get letters.
We get your letters every day.
And
Yeah,
then you added some punch sound effects to it.
yeah,
You get
that's
their
right.
letters.
That's right.
Was that here?
It was that Y100.
Well, okay, it was at
yeah.
Y100. I was going to say, I don't remember that.
All right, hang on. So I do have a couple of, and now that I'm looking, I have more than I thought. We could do
This
Preston's
is Preston's
mailbag.
mailbox.
Yeah.
Or mailbag. Casey's feverishly looking for the Captain
Yeah.
Noah.
No,
Hang
I was
on.
looking for something else.
Okay, so here, real quick, this is one of our interns. So our former intern, Calissa, has a GoFundMe set up to support her independent film. And so Sam had recommended we do a shout out to her. So I'm going to do that. Calissa Pimentel has a movie called Still Life. It's her directorial debut, and she's pursuing a major in communication studies with a concentration in media production and a minor in French studies. She said, I am beyond excited for everyone to see our film. Thank you to everyone for your support. So there is a GoFundMe that has been set up. Marissa, you got this too, right?
Yeah, I'm going to put it up, and I would love for her to reach her goal. She has raised $200 of the $350 that she is hoping to raise.
That's it?
She can do it, yes.
She can do that.
I'll donate.
All right, so we'll post that up on our community page, I
Sure.
guess, Marissa. Okay, so a shout out for Calissa. Good luck to you, Calissa.
Send your pictures to dear old
Preston Elliott. Send today. Send right away. All right, here's another one that says, good morning. Good morning to see you, Preston, Steve, and MMR family. My name is KD House, and I've been a devoted fan since the Y100 era. Each morning, I listen to you guys on my way to work and start off with a good laugh. My favorite part is always the bizarre file and Steve's side comments. I frequently get crazy looks from other drivers because I'm laughing so hard. This coming Monday, March 30th, I missed it, by the way, brings my big 60th birthday, and I'm hoping you can give me a wet and wonderful shout out.
What date did you say?
For this new chapter of my life. Oh, I'm sorry, Monday, March 30th.
You're
I'm sorry.
fine.
I'm early.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Oh, I thought, never mind. I thought it was 23rd is 30th. Sorry. So this is in advance. Peace, love, and gadzooks, KD House. Here you go. An early happy birthday to you. Now, everybody will know it's your birthday and wish you a happy birthday on your birthday, unlike me. All right, so here's another one that says, hey, Presbo, my name is Fan. And my friend and I are longtime listeners of MMR. My friend, Yolanda, is an independent author and is celebrating her new book release on March 28th. She has been through hell as a disabled child and now adult, but has never stopped pursuing her dream of writing, and I'm so proud of her and wanted to reach out. It will be at the Novel Realm in Columbus, New Jersey at 3. A big turnout would be amazing for both her and the independent bookshop owner. And next door is axe throwing, too. Wow! Make a whole trip out of it. Thanks for everything you do, Preston. That is from Fan. So here's the chart. March 28th. No, it's Iolanda. Iolanda. But it's close enough. So at the Novel Realm in Columbus, and she's a disabled child and now adult telling her story.
Do you know that William Shakespeare had a hatchet-throwing
No, I didn't know that.
place right next to his house?
I don't know what the book is about. All right, so here's another one. Hey, I'd like to request shout out my son, Nicholas Ayakuzio's 13th birthday, May 23rd. So that one I missed.
Is in 2 months.
May 23rd.
God damn it. All right,
I tried to jump in
doing
there.
we'll set that. We'll set that over there. I just saw 23.
Listen, you're 2 ahead.
Yeah.
So many times you're bemoaning the fact that you're missing. Take this as a win.
Yeah, this is absolutely a win.
All right.
You're ahead of the game.
You're donking it.
I have 2 more, and I think that they're okay.
By the way, my mom's almost done Christmas shopping already.
Well, good.
Yeah. That's where we're
Is
headed.
that for last Christmas or this?
Dude, I don't know if she knows what month
She's a
it is.
sweetheart.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hang on. Here's another one. It says, this is just a fun email, I thought. It says, hey, guys, I've been having the most miserable week, and the Casey Pokemon Go Daily Rush video came up in my YouTube algorithm, and I haven't stopped laughing for 10 minutes, so thank you for that. That's from Sean Ward.
What's that one again?
Remember the Pokemon Go thing?
Yeah.
How many years ago was that?
I don't remember what Daily Rush video. I remember we made a little video of you with a bat. I came over and hit you with it or something like that.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what he's talking about.
So it's a YouTube short. It's one of our shorts. If you go to the YouTube channel, there's different tabs. One is live, and that's where you can watch the show live every day. Videos, and then shorts are the vertical ones.
Oh, I don't think I've seen this. This is great.
I just saw a crazy story about how Pokemon Go pretty much helped AI create a map of the world.
Really?
Because they were just
People were going out
collecting
and getting
free data from
wild.
people's point of views and all, circles around. If you're at a fountain, everybody would do it from every side of it. And
I
it has
didn't
just
even think
created
about
this
that.
massive map for free.
Wow, yeah.
Wow. So anyhow, if you want to see our Daily Rush videos, YouTube, please check them out. I love going back and watching old videos, so you may have an enjoyable excursion with that. And then I got this other one. It says, hey, guys, please send a shout out and support to YouTuber Mark, who woke up last Monday to a tree crashing through the roof of his home.
Oh, man.
Listen to this, as the damage was severe and the house will be uninhabitable for roughly a year. Damn. And he now faces the challenge of finding a new place for his family and his pets, and I'm wishing him the very best as he navigates the months ahead. His fellow YouTubers wish him strength, resilience, and a year that turns out far better than it began. We're here for all of you. If you need anything, bud, that is courtesy of Tom Dakota, who is also known as El Padre on YouTube. So shout out, and good luck to you, brother. Yeah. So that's for YouTuber Mark. So wanted to pass those along. And I even got some in
You ever
advance.
lived in a place where you had a branch or something hit into the house and caused any damage? I haven't, thank God. I've always been very leery when we moved into our home in Mount Airy.
Yeah.
There were a number of trees that I'm like, oh, that's got to come down.
Did I tell you what? This past weekend, we drove down to the shore to go check on our house and everything. And on the way down there, loads and loads and loads of downed trees, uprooted trees that they had, we had seen where they had, the people had cut them up. And I mean, lots. And then part of our siding blew off of our house. The wind. This is while we were at spring training, I believe.
Yeah.
But there's some severe stuff that took place, and a lot of trees came down.
Well, everything's still also emerging in a way from the 1-2 storm punch, which was like we were walking around my neighborhood. I'm seeing, there's a lot of stuff that came down. Mount Airy has a ton of trees in that general area.
Well, the snow did it too. That last snowstorm, it was so heavy because we have a row of arborvitae behind our house. And it just straight up uprooted. Just the weight of the snow.
Really?
Uprooted too. And they were big arborvitae too.
I remember being a kid driving through like Gladwin, and there would be houses that were on the other side of a creek, and the little bridge driveway was just gone. So they actually couldn't get to the street. They were just stuck in their house.
Yep. So if you've had tree damage, hang in there. It sucks. Sorry. But hopefully we won't have to deal with that for a little while. Want to talk about dog poop?
We need to.
Yeah. We need to talk about dog poop. No, Casey said he had something related to dog poop he wanted to bring up. So
and what's crazy, this is a total coincidence here because white dog poop. When was the last time you guys have ever seen white
So you
dog
posed
poop?
this to us, the notion of white dog poop, and when you posed it, we all kind of paused, and I'm like, it's been quite a while since I've seen white dog poop.
Yeah, so when your dog poops, or any dog poops, there was a time when if it would sit out and not be collected for a while, it would dry up and eventually turn white.
Yeah.
And Casey, I don't know why I thought about this not long ago. I don't know, a few months ago. I was like, I can't tell you the last time I saw dog poop that was solid white.
Right.
I would see it back.
So you have your dogs. You walk the yard, and I'll collect my dog's poop. And sometimes if there's been inclement weather, it stays out there for quite a while. Or even if it's the sun has been beating down on it. I have not seen my own dog's poop turn white at all.
Right.
Yeah, when walking around the city, there's this one parking lot near my house, and there's always dog poop right in the corner, and you'll know it's there. Like, you got to remember to go around it. It hasn't turned white.
Yeah. So I asked you guys this last night, and then I actually saw like whitish. It wasn't straight up white, but it was gray. No, it was gray. Dog poop. Somebody didn't clean. I was at my daughter's lacrosse game yesterday, and somebody's dog pooped on like a manhole cover, and it was gray. Cool. I was like, I don't know if they A, didn't know that their dog was pooping, and then they just left it there, or B, pretended like they didn't know their dog was pooping. But regardless, I asked you this question, and then I ended up seeing it. But so there's an explanation as to why we don't see white dog poop anymore.
You took a little deep dive on this?
Yeah, there is a scientific explanation.
Or why we see it less frequently.
Yeah, so Casey's Just Saying Institute?
Well, no.
Okay. Is this Casey's mailbag?
Never. This is Casey's beanbag.
Send your dog poop to dear Casey Foster.
All right, so listen, back in the 70s and the 80s, commercial dog food was loaded with cheap bone meal and meat byproducts packed with calcium. All right, so dogs couldn't absorb it all, so the excess passed through in their poop, and when it dried in the sun, the leftover calcium turned it white, chalky, and crumbly. That's where the white dog poop comes from.
Do you know, when I heard of this, and Ryan, were we able to find anything? There's a great scene in Step Brothers that involves white dog poop.
Okay.
Do we have that audio?
If you don't come over here and lick that white dog, I'm going to plow into your nose with my fist.
I'm not licking any white dog.
So modern formulas use less bone meal. It's not that they don't use any bone meal, but they use less bone meal and better balanced nutrition, so poop stays brown. Mystery solved.
Well, that's a very valid point, and it's one of those things. Sometimes we'll have our conversation, and we'll just dismiss it. But there was a pregnant pause. I know, Preston, you're thinking in your mind, well, I really haven't seen, and I'm doing likewise. Because you used to see it all the time. It was a rite of passage.
Yeah.
You couldn't become a man unless you saw white dog poop.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah. So, but then I was like, okay, well, what else did I just forget about? You know what I mean? Like, and why do you even remember white dog poop?
Okay.
What else have I forgotten?
This is a typical Casey deep dive.
Yeah.
It went from... I remember white dog poop.
What do I not else remember?
Yeah, right?
Well, my dearest wife, I long to return to our farm and see your smiling face and, of course, the piles of white dog poop. That, for me, will mean that I'm home in the bosom of my family.
All right, so...
surrounded by a wall of white dog poop.
Did you come up with anything else that you didn't remember?
No, because I forgot it all.
My wife, I missed the big patches of bloody snot.
That's the tough part about reminiscing of what I don't remember anymore.
I'm trying to...
You can't remember anything.
What things have I forgotten?
I don't know.
But it's crazy that I brought
what
that
are your
up.
favorite things that you've forgotten?
All right, so, but like white dog poop. Why would you even think of white dog poop? And then I bring it up to you last night, and you were like, I was actually just thinking about that the other day.
Well, it was because of all of the excess dog poop in my yard, and it must have been right after the snow melted, and I went through, and it was a complete minefield. And I don't know why, for whatever reason, it crossed my mind as I was looking at it.
And that's what made me think of it, because I almost took like an hour and a half going through, because once the snow melted, the dog had been going out on that permafrost and remove. By the way, I'll ask another question when you're done with your.
Well, I have a dog poop observation.
I have one to ask.
I have a method that I've come up with for cleaning, because and I think I've told you guys this before, but I'm bad at not cleaning up the dog poop, and I apologize to my landscaping company for that. I haven't officially. This is an official apology now to my landscaping company.
You want to make it really official?
Yes, please. Yes, right, if you wouldn't mind, I would like. I would like to apologize.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil,
and the white dog poop.
I'd like to apologize.
So my new method of cleaning up dog poop. And I used to go out. I have essentially a dustbin, but it's on a handle, So
there's a question I want to ask pertaining exactly to that.
And I would take an old rake that I had, and I would rake it into a small plastic rake, and do it that way. And sometimes it would just smear the dog poop into the grass. And so I figured out the solution, Steve.
Oh, nice.
Using that device?
No, not using it. So I've changed things. So Caleb for a long time was dyeing their hair. And so we have tons of disposable latex gloves.
Oh.
I just put on the gloves and I just pick it up with my hands now.
Yeah.
It just gets it all done.
And you eat it?
And I eat it.
Why do you eat it? You don't have
It's in my hand. It looks like, milk duds or something. No, and look, there's a layer between you and the feces, so you don't have to worry about it. And when you take off latex gloves, you peel them so the outside comes and it wraps it up completely, never gets anywhere near you. No fuss, no muss.
Here's the deal: for years, forever, the dog poop bags, you pull them over your hand.
Yes.
You grab the turd.
And then you pull the bag
pull
around
it back over.
Yeah.
Now, because of the elasticity of the rubber gloves, have you ever had them snap and have little pieces of poop get in your face?
I haven't had that happen. Right. And I thought I started doing the bag method.
Yeah.
But I was collecting too much poop and I was filling up several bags. So what I would do is now I change. I still use the dustbin thing. And because it's grody anyway. I mean, we use it to clean up garbage outside. So anyhow, I just pick it up with my hands and I put it in there. And man, after that thaw, that thing was full, dude. I had like pounds of dog crap.
And my wife thought I was joking because I had the bag. And Kizzy's a newfie. She's a bigger dog. But I mean, an hour and a half going around the yard. And we don't have a massive yard. But so Preston, here's my question with that device.
Yes.
So I see a couple of them. There's one that has sort of the teeth of like a rake at the edge of it, and then it feeds into a poop bag. I'm like, anytime you're putting a device down into the dog crap, it's going to smear on the device.
Yep.
So for what you're doing to expedite the process, on the other side, you have to clean that off.
Yeah.
So to me, is it a net zero?
Yeah. I found this method to be pretty efficient, and it doesn't get all smeared on the bottom or anything like that now, but I know what you're talking about.
They market these things all the time. I'm like, well, where's the easy part of this?
It's funny, at home, like here in Delco, I don't clean up dog poop at all. I just, I let it go. I'm the one who mows the lawn, and my lawn shoes never go in the house. So if I just so happen to step in it, then I just so happen to step in it. And, I think the elements, eventually over time, kind of just wash it into the soil and, all that stuff. But down
drinking water?
And not in my drinking water, but nobody plays in the yard anyway. So I'm not.
You don't play in the yart?
I don't play. Well,
you
actually,
don't have like a water weenie?
I had a lacrosse catch with my daughter 2 days ago, and I was in the front yard. But for the most part, no, we're not in the grass anyway. So I just let that go. Down the shore, I definitely have to and I mow the lawn once a week down there. So I definitely clean that up.
It's a smaller tract of land,
It's a smaller tract of land, and it's more concentrated. It's easier to find.
It just occurred to me, do you guys have doggy bags on your leashes at all? Like, do you use those at all?
When I go out walk them, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You've got to. So now, Kizzy is not a walking dog, so because of her, she has a genetic issue with her front paws. Chelsea, there was rarely a pair of pants or a jacket that I had that did not have a couple of doggy poop bags in them, ready to go.
Or Preston, the time you had
I went to Steven Singer Jewelers with a bag full of dog poop in my jacket. Why does it smell in here?
It smells like
Did you rip one?
Rochelle, did you?
That's me talking to Rochelle. Did you farting?
Did you crack off a fart?
Oh my God.
That is so funny.
Not one of my finer moments.
Dude, I've actually had it where I've been walking Chelsea, and we're on the Wissahickon Trail, on the paved part of the trail, and she took a dump, and I walked all the way back with her and walked back to the spot because I can't stand when people do that and just leave it there.
Somebody texted in and asked, it says, hey, you can do the same with a sandwich bag or a bread bag. Use it like a glove. Yeah, you can definitely do that.
You
if you have
an old
stuff,
sandwich, though.
you can repurpose that. No, when it's empty.
Well, so that's why I asked, because of the bags that go on the leash. I do it that way, Preston. I'll like put my hand in it and then turn it over and do it like a glove.
So all my bags are biodegradable, so they will they're and you know that too, by the way. If you ever leave them out or they get moisture, they'll start to open,
break down.
Yeah. I started to when I tried the hand covered method of picking up multiple piles of poop. I just use a regular doggy bag. And it kept like slipping off my hand. I'm like, I need something better, like a glove. It fits like a glove. By the way, I got a text from somebody says that it says we have a pooper scooper service come by. once a week. It's $20 a week and well worth it. If you've got like multiple dogs and you know the time is an issue, that might be worth it as well. By the way, another unrelated text that came in says, I think we found a new character, the Rememberer.
Yeah. You guys remember? I just got a text from Joe Holden, CBS News anchor and reporter.
Yeah, he's great.
Breaking news on the President and Steve show, right?
Listen concerning dog crap.
Yeah.
We go now to CBS reporter Joe Holden.
He goes, I just took a phone call from a high-ranking police officer. Told him I was listening about white dog poop. And without a beat, he said, did they play the Step Brothers clip? Because you guys are undefeated.
That's funny. That is funny. Hang on a second. We have somebody who recommends a product. I have Jimmy who is joining us. Hey, Jimmy. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning again, gentlemen.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
PetSmart sells a grabber. It's got teeth on it. I have 4 dogs. I put a bag in a 5-gallon bucket. I don't even have to bend over. Click open, shut, picks it up, doesn't smear all over, right in the bucket. Oh, take the bag in the trash can.
So you're
so
like the teeth of the picker-upper doesn't get smeared with crap?
Occasionally it does, but who cares? I keep it outside.
Yeah.
All right. In the garage.
That's a good point.
That's where I keep my my little dustbin thing. I keep in the garage.
You can leave it in the bushes, too. If it's gonna, out there. I just might do that. That makes sense because the new one they're pushing, though, feeds into a baggie.
Yeah.
Which is, to me, it's just too much.
All right. Is it called the poop? Is it called the PetSmart Poop Stick?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a grabber. I mean, I actually use it to pick up pine cones and all sorts of stuff in the backyard. It's fantastic.
All right.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Dog poop.
Marissa found a product called the PetSmart Poop Stick.
They sell something, too, that you can put it as like a little harness and then put the bag at the back of the harness. So as soon as they poop, the poop just goes right into the bag.
Wasn't there a band called the Pooh Sticks?
Oh.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Because Winnie the Pooh.
Pooh Sticks, yeah.
The Pooh Sticks, there was something he played with.
Do you know what I give my dog? They're cranberry pills, I think they are. Because we have, when she pees on the lawn, it dissipates the acidic nature of her urine.
Oh, okay.
So it won't brown out the lawn.
Yeah, I've got a spot where I dug out for the dogs when the snow, when it happened. And that area is all dead now. Because that's where they were peeing every single time.
And they do say that female dogs have more acidic stuff in their urine.
So they always say the difference. Yep. If you have male dogs, your bushes are going to die.
Yeah.
And if you have female dogs, your lawn is going to die.
All right, I'm going to go. Henry's got an interesting sounding tip. Hi, Henry. Good morning, bud.
Hey, you guys are bothering me at work.
Sorry about that, buddy. What's up?
That's okay. I'm a retired pooper scooper. I used to do it in high school. And, Steve, I believe I have a solution to your problem that worked for me.
Please.
The dustpan with the teeth, if you spray WD-40 on the teeth or, oddly enough, KY jelly, the poop will slide right into the pan, and it won't break apart.
That's an interesting idea.
Wet poop will still stick to it, but because you lubed up the dustpan, it's much easier to just wipe off instead of it sticking.
And that's not actually a bad idea because when you buy WD-40, it will sit in my garage for 25 years.
Never get used.
And I'll use it like every once in a great while. So
I
here's
keep
an
my
actual,
KY in the garage.
Here's an actual use for you.
Too.
Yeah, good deodorant as well. Interesting, Henry. I never thought about that, but that sounds pretty practical. All right.
Imagine you're applying some KY jelly and there's dog poop in it. Where did you last use this?
Wow.
I like that idea. I might try that. And what was the device? Was this the one that was up on the screen in the studio?
That
here?
looked like a rake.
A rake with the pan.
And a little pan.
I like the claw one. You just pull a little trigger and it opens and you can spray the WD-40 on that. I might use that down the shore. I'm still not cleaning up poop in my yard up here.
What they should do is market like with you can have a fleshlight made to to replicate someone's own genitals. What if you could get the face of someone you dislike on you?
And it's their mouth.
Yeah.
Opening and closing and eating dog crap. That's a brilliant idea.
That would be great.
Well,
I can think of a few people.
Chewy sells bags that are a poop shark and has a little shark on the side, and you're
Yeah, so where your hand opens and closes looks like the shark's mouth. That's pretty cute.
You can get personalized poop bags too.
Oh.
You know,
Yeah.
so if there was somebody you didn't like, you put their face on a poop bag as well.
God, I told you guys the one time I was at the shore and I'm walking my dog in this little green space and I walk by and they have complimentary dog bags there.
Yeah.
They're on a little stand and it's got a little picture of a dog pooping and they're black bags and they're hanging out. They're free. And at the base of that was a steaming pile of dog crap.
Ungovernable, Preston.
Come on, man. I should have taken a picture of that. I mean, that's just that's an example of brazen jerkiness, or you're stupid or lazy or all three.
It's either that. Either it's fight the power, or
Fight the
lazy beyond all reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the way, you want to hear some music from the Poo Sticks?
Sure.
Yeah, here we go.
What's the song called? Heroes and Villains. There you go, the Poo Sticks. Joni Mitchell and the Poo Sticks in one day on the Preston and Steve show. You know what? The leaving the dog poop thing, it's the, I love the movie. I Love You, Man.
Yeah.
It's the one thing I don't like about Sydney's character.
I know.
Is that he refuses to pick up the dog crap.
It's hard. Well, listen, I like the character, but I don't like him as much as I could because I really detest. If you're not familiar with the movie, he's constantly on the Santa Monica. Was it the walk there?
Yeah, he's walking over. It might be Venice Beach or something.
Venice
He's out,
Beach, public, tons of pedestrians, and he just lets the crap stay there. Doesn't even make an effort to pick it up. It becomes a point of contention many times in the movie.
That's where this comes from. Yeah. A guy's giving him a hard time about leaving the dog poop, and he just wigs out on him.
But I like the idea, Press, of getting latex gloves because they do sell them in bulk. You can go. Yep. Because I've actually been thinking about getting them.
What about
before.
condoms?
I could. Well, that's 5 of them.
Well,
and then
you
what
could
do
do one
for
on
your
each
palm?
finger. Yeah. And then
then wrap duct tape around your palm.
Yeah.
But I've been thinking about doing that even just for like cooking and preparing meals because the more stuff I see on Instagram, people
Why would you
preparing
cook poop?
No, I wouldn't do that. No, you eat that al dente. No, like when you're like
a lot of chefs
handling world. I was going to say world meat. World meat.
No, it's
not
from
raw
the
meat.
world.
World meat.
It's from the world.
That's a band name.
World meat.
We are world meat.
World meat.
We are world meat, and we love being here in Japan.
All right, I'm adding it to the list.
When you're handling raw meat and stuff like that, like if I'm making like burgers or like a meatloaf, and you gotta
Is this
get in
meat from Belgium?
See, that's funny. Those videos, when people are wearing gloves, I hate it.
Yeah?
It's a turn off to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
but
don't know.
How often do you actually handle raw meat or world meat? Personally.
Raw, less frequent than world. You're right. I'm not cooking it that often, but the videos, I don't like people.
Well, one of the
with
great
gloves
things
on.
is the classic thing, Marissa, and you coming from the culinary side of things, is that you'll go into a restaurant or a deli where they're preparing a sandwich and they've got the plastic gloves on, and then they reach into the cash register.
Yeah.
By the way,
you just made that.
I saw a meme the other day, which is pretty funny about, and it made me think of that of chefs. And there was a meme that said that there was a time when tattoo sleeves, meant that you were a biker and may have been in prison. Now it means you can make a delight balsamic demi-glace.
Yeah. All the chefs have them. Yeah.
Yep. Well, I did not know that about dog poop, and the fact that you really don't see it turn white anymore, and it had to do with bone meal.
Yeah, bone meal, and then there was
calcium
and calcium. Yeah, so it was I guess there's less of those byproducts in our dog's food, so that's good. Maybe are dogs living longer?
Listen, I think if you're there are, I don't know. Statistically, I'd like to think so because of there's more things there's more of an awareness of their diet.
I mean, my dog is going to be 13 next month, and he prances around like a little prince all the time.
All happy and
Where
everything.
does he get that from?
From me, from his old man.
Speaking of dog food, growing up in St. Louis is the headquarters for Purina. And if you would drive by one of those production facilities, oh my God, did it stink.
Oh,
really?
Oh, horrible, man. And I just remember thinking, what are they using?
Why does it stink
Why
so
does it
bad
smell
when
so
you're
bad?
preparing food?
Well, back in the day, it was cheap bone meal and meat byproducts.
and
back with
horse
calcium.
penises.
Yeah.
That would have been back in the day for sure. The days of white poop.
We used to get, when we had the Great Dane, when we had Clem, we would get like these huge bags of gravy train. I mean, crazy amount. And you
like 40-pound bags, right?
Right, exactly. And then when Clem took a dump, it was like a speed bump.
Yeah.
I mean,
I believe it.
A huge. You would just sit there and all.
It was like a horse.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
This is the most
say-
beautiful thing I've ever seen.
It kind of is. And this is going to sound really, really gnarly, but I think I take more satisfaction in cleaning up Reggie's poop than Fozzie's poop because it's bigger. You know what I mean? Like
Easier to handle?
Easier to handle.
Oh, is there
Yeah.
anything better than cleaning up dog poop in the dead of winter
yeah.
when it just freezes?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
You
best.
just no smear, no nothing.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Warm
yeah.
dog poop that's tough.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Oh man, and that's when you're walking the dog.
Yeah.
Because that's fresh out of the oven.
Yep.
And it's I don't care for that sensation.
Maybe if we carried some what is it? Liquid nitrogen.
Oh yeah, and you can just freeze it real quick.
Hey, wait a second. I think they
What are
do
you
sell
doing?
that.
Do they?
I think they do. Marissa, if you could do a quick check,
They
I think.
have to because somebody's thought of this because it's one of the reasons why I can't have a dog.
Remember that movie with Jack Black and Ben Stiller where he
It would
invented
dissolve.
Yeah.
What was it called?
Envy was the name
Envy.
of it.
Right, yeah.
And it would dissolve the dog poop.
Right.
By spraying it. Marissa, that's the reason you won't have a pet?
It's one, yes. And besides, our crazy schedule and everything like that, I can't do the smeared poop, especially if it's on a sidewalk and I have to pick it up and it's more. I gag. I walk my friend's dog and he poops a lot.
Your
And I think they both do. She's pretty regular. No, and if he has one of those warm poops and it's
Dogs are definitely more responsibility than cats.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion, especially when it comes to being able to spend time away. And
It's true.
So you got to consider that if you're taking that on. My dad just called me the other day and was like, well, we got a dog. And I'm like, oh. So my dad's 87 years old. And, and his wife had a stroke and she has limited mobility. And I'm like,
I think I found a dog I want to attend my funeral.
So the reason they got the dog is because their neighbor was moving and they couldn't take the dog with them. It's an older dog.
okay.
But I'm like, well, what kind of dog is it? The last dog they had was almost like a Shih Tzu. It was like a little bitty thing. He's like, oh, it's a lab. I'm like, how much does that dog weigh, Dad? He's like, I don't know, like 75 pounds.
Oh,
Something like that.
my
I'm
God.
like, dear God. I go, Dad, do you does the dog? You don't have a fence at the house? You let the dog running around in the yard? He's like, well, we haven't really. My dad can't get around very well now. I'm like, does the dog need to be walked? Well, I don't really know. And I'm like, oh, this is going to end great.
Because you know what would happen? A, it might rip your dad's arm out.
Right.
B, it'll walk your father.
She's apparently an elderly dog
All right.
and is probably not around for that much longer, but I don't know.
To your question, Case, about longevity, so we adopted Kizzy, from Finding Shelter when she was 10, and Newfies don't, live.
They're like 8 to 12 max, right?
Yes.
Well, they might be like 8.
But I'm hoping I hope we get as long as we can get and she's doing great.
Here's a follow-up. Marissa found Poop Freeze, and it is it's for pet feces if you want to freeze it real quick, I guess.
The reviews are mixed. It looks
Okay.
just like the spray that you use to clean off your computer keyboard.
Right, like liquid air.
Liquid air.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might just be that, but
Looks like that.
give it a
And
shot.
when you use those liquid air things, if you tilt them too far, then that liquid comes out and it can burn you if
Yeah.
you're not careful.
A little poop
And it's great to huff too.
Yeah.
Babe, we're getting a dog.
Babe, new Poop Freeze has brought me around. Mike wants to comment on the dog food smelling. Hi, Mike, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Good morning, Ed.
What's up, buddy? Good morning to see you.
Hey, I'm a truck driver, and I haul this product called Peptone.
Okay.
Spelled Peptone.
All right.
And it's made from pig intestines. And it's about 85 to 90% protein, and it's what makes dry dog food smell like dry dog food.
No kidding. Peptone, and that's swine entrails.
Weren't the Peptones a doo-wop group?
Hey, they might have been. I think they opened for the poo sticks.
Big goats.
Yeah, they actually use it from slaughterhouses.
Okay.
Because pigs pigs produce blood thinner naturally in their intestines.
Wow, interesting.
And so Mike, how bad does that reek when you're hauling that around?
Oh, it's horrible because it's like 150 degrees and it's liquid. It's like this pink ice cream looking stuff, and it's horrible.
Wow.
Oh, it's like fresh chitlins.
Oh man. Do you have you gotten used to the smell, or
God, no.
Dude,
no.
You don't make enough money.
No.
I don't know what you make, but you don't make enough money.
Well, I do pretty good. I made 6 figures last year. So
you need to make more than that if you're hauling that stuff around. But anyway, all right. Well, thanks, Mike. Appreciate the heads up, buddy. It's the pep tones.
Ding dong, pig guts.
So wow, I did not know that. Okay, now another mystery solved.
Look at all the information we've imparted.
You learn stuff.
It's amazing. It all came out of Preston's mailbag.
No, it didn't. It came out of the Rememberer.
The Rememberer.
Okay. Which is Casey's new thing. We didn't even touch on that.
Yeah.
The initial was to think about things that you've forgotten.
Hey, what did you forget?
And
we forgot to
what
do
a
that.
shocker. We didn't get anywhere with
Forgot
that.
about white dog poop.
They call him the Rememberer. Ooh, they call him the Rememberer.
All right.
He remembers around.
Well, thank you, Casey, for that bit of information. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. And, you stay right where you are because we'll be right here. The U.S. Space Agency inched the 11 million pound space launch system and mobile launcher to a Cape Canaveral, Florida launch pad on Saturday. The slow procession of the 322-foot rocket, topped with the Orion spaceship, took 12 hours on the aging crawler transporter to complete.
Those things are amazing. Did you say 11 million pounds?
11 million pounds.
Wow, man.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I've been lucky. I've been to the Kennedy Space Center before, and we took a tour, like a close-up tour. You have to pay extra to do that.
Yeah.
And they took us by the crawlers, and you're right at the base of it. It's massive, and that's just the thing that moves the massive rocket.
To roll it out into place is astonishing.
It's pretty incredible. So that 4-mile trek could mark the first leg of Artemis 2.
I love the name Artemis, too.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Which will be a 10-day journey around the moon and back that will put the spaceship through its paces. The lunar mission will be NASA's first with astronauts since Apollo 17. It's been 53 years since anybody has been up that close to the moon.
It's been way too long, and I know that you are. I assume you're like me. I'm out of my mind excited for this.
Oh, very much so. So the astronauts include Victor Glover, Christina Koch, Reed Wiseman, and Canada's Jerry Hansen that will be aboard.
No Katy Perry?
No Katy Perry on this one. No, she did go up in the Orion.
On that mission.
The Orion, right? Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't have is your microphone not on? There you go.
In the Blue Emu?
In the Blue Emu.
Yeah.
So the Blue Horizon, was that it?
Yeah.
All right. So
the Blue Waffle.
The so-called, they're calling it the wet dress rehearsal.
Oh, man, that's hot.
We'll load the Mega Moon rocket with 700,000 gallons of ultra-cold liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen propellants and take the countdown all the way down to 29 seconds before liftoff.
You guys wet yet?
How this test goes will shape the flight timeline and determine whether launch opportunities
Go Squirt Go
in February remain in play.
So wait, when's the launch?
It's going to be February 2nd.
Ooh, that's exciting.
If it remains, if everything goes right, that can
12
always
days before Valentine's Day, Preston.
Can always change. So during the test, teams will fill the rocket and rehearse every major step of launch day fueling. Controllers will run through all countdown procedures, including the final terminal count, and then stop on purpose at T29 seconds. NASA is targeting February 2nd for the crucial exercise, though that could change depending on preparation. So
if you were to see like an Apollo 13 or anything that will show you the inside you just watched from the Earth to the Moon, inside those capsules, the kind of equipment looks borderline prehistoric to what they're going to have now when they go into space.
Yeah.
I mean, when you realize that at the time, the average cell phone that we carry had more technology than all of NASA at that time.
Yeah.
it puts it all into perspective.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And you look at the antiquated computers that they were using and the commands that they had to give. So they used their commands were verb and noun.
Yeah.
It would be like verb 020 enter, noun 254 blank, and they would have to do these really long computations to do whatever they needed to change in the guidance computer, but they couldn't get anywhere without it. They had to use that stuff, and that's what and at the time it was cutting edge technology.
And then other times it was tape and a wing and a prayer.
Yeah, totally. So Artemis 2 builds on lessons from the uncrewed maiden voyage in 2022, which needed several tries to complete just the fueling. Engineers adjusted how they load liquid oxygen after seeing temperature issues, and modified hardware after hydrogen leaks were discovered in the connections between the ground systems and the rocket. They also changed and cryogenically tested a key valve that had caused some trouble during the final uncrewed countdown. Since Artemis 1, the Kennedy Space Center has revised procedures and upgraded hardware as part of the Artemis 2 plan. Once the wet dress rehearsal ends, engineers will pore over the performance of the rocket, the Orion spacecraft, and the ground systems. Only if the data looks clean with the mission managers will they move on to setting a specific launch date, but they're hoping for February 2nd.
I mean, listen,
Pretty amazing.
We need to go back. And I know people say, why? It's something we need to do. As a species, we need to explore,
Well, yeah, so the old adage is, why?
Yeah.
Because it's there.
It's there, yeah.
And that's part of the reason, but there's some practical things, too.
Sure.
That they need to figure out, and you never know what.
Velcro came out of the space program.
I mean, come on, man. So did Corningware.
Absolutely.
That came out of the space program. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there are a lot of things, Marissa. In fact, you could pull up a list of household items that were created through the space program. They had other uses that they were intended for, but they ended up being perfect for other things that we still use to this day.
Yeah, absolutely. The melon baller.
That came from
of course.
That's
how lunar soil was scooped with a melon baller.
So Marissa just pulled, and I'll just read off the list here. I'll take it here, Marissa. So things that were created from the space program: dustbusters, little handheld vacuums. Memory foam,
yes,
was something that was created from NASA and the program.
Before that, the foam could not remember.
No, wireless headsets. Modern running shoes, water filters, scratch-resistant lenses, freeze-dried food, baby formula, treadmills came out of the program.
I mean, the double-headed dildo.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
That was originally part of a retro rocket.
I did not.
And they repurposed it.
And they repurposed a double-headed dildo from the space program.
Houston, I think we have another use for this.
Wow. Let me get back to you in a couple of minutes.
If you hear some groaning, you just ignore that.
So anyhow, they're doing those. They're getting the full what they call the wet dress rehearsal underway.
We talked about this last week about the resort on the moon or things of that nature, and the projected cost of what it'd be to go there. I don't think, obviously, in my lifetime, I'm not going to make it. But I mean. How exciting is that? And maybe for some people, don't give a rat's ass. But for me and for you, it's been part of science fiction lore forever.
It's been a while. We've been off for a couple weeks, and we haven't shuffled around the streets of Philadelphia. It's time for the city beat, folks. So we're going to
Scooby-Wow.
Get in it.
Feet, beat, meat. That's all you need to know.
That's it. All right, so a new baby African penguin at the Adventure Aquarium in Camden was unveiled yesterday, and now they have announced a contest to name the baby penguin.
I love this because it's twofold. It's to name the penguin and then how best to prepare it.
No, you don't. We're not going to eat it.
No, it's adorable. It's funny how when you talk about the changes that some, animals go through when they are young to what they become when they're older. We essentially look like small versions of humans, but there's this massive change that takes place. But it's adorable.
Yeah, they're cute. Casey, I know you have a knack for coming up with names for dogs.
Yeah.
Do you ever, collect those names, have a repository of them, and maybe you could dip in there and find something, a great name for this penguin?
Well, my latest dog name actually could go with this
with the penguin.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Go-Birds.
Go-Birds.
Go-Birds actually.
That's one word.
Yep.
Go-birds.
Where do you stand on go-birds? You?
I don't love it.
Yeah.
I think it's a cute idea.
Yeah.
But the plural at the end throws me off a bit.
Yeah. What about any one of our band names?
Dude, okay. So yesterday, finally, I wrote them all down and I printed it up.
Really?
And I have it here with me.
Okay.
I have the full list of the Preston Elliott band name repository that I've been collecting for years and years and years. I'm not going to read it. I'll just show you.
Give us a taste.
I'll show you. This is the full collective here.
Oh my God.
It is. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm counting the pages.
God, we could sell this to
6.
The music industry.
I
have 8 pages. Well, about 7 pages.
I was in a store the other day, Steve, and they had a little notebook, and on the front of it just said band names.
Oh my God!
Really?
Think of what we could. Think of all the money we won't make.
I'll just give you. I highlighted my favorite ones.
Okay.
I'll just give you one for now because maybe eventually I will reveal the whole thing. But I really like this one. Saskatoon Bible Camp. So. And here's another good one. The Shoe Tree Dildos. Okay?
I mean, come on!
I've got pages and pages of these
those are
names.
great.
I don't think they'd be right
for a penguin, no.
But where did Shoe Tree Dildos come from?
I don't know.
You have
Something
no
Steve
idea?
said, probably.
Okay.
It happens a lot while we're discussing something offbeat, and then 2 words or 3 words are put together, and I'm like, that's a great name.
It's almost like when you're playing that game where you look for the there's a whole page of letters and you look for words within the and that's the same
word
thing.
search.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. Those probably wouldn't be suitable for a penguin.
No.
Don't think they should do the penguin make penguin face.
No, don't do that. That's kind of old, but
The penguin's sibling is Schubert, if that inspires.
okay.
And his parents are Hubert and Mushu.
And Mushu, that's right. So the unnamed chick was hatched November 21st and was the 3rd African penguin to be hatched at the Adventure Aquarium last year. The announcement of the new chicks are held off until they determine that the new bird is healthy and expected to survive, so they've gotten past that point now. The other 2 baby African penguins, Duffy and Oscar, hatched earlier in November.
What I do remember about the penguins when I visited them is that they stank.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do. Horribly bad.
Well,
Yeah.
So there's also always at the Adventure Aquarium.
Yeah.
They have the penguins as well.
Yeah.
And that's fairly stinky. I don't remember the zoo stinking as much, but yeah.
What about? Oh, so I thought that was Adventure Aquarium. My bad. What about the name Oswald? Because of Oswald Cobblepot.
Lee Harvey Oswald?
No, Oswald Cobblepot.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, for the penguin. Oswald would actually be good, though. He is a nefarious, horrible, strangling pimp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be not the most appropriate for a penguin.
You remember that they stank. All I could think about is that they have CDs hanging in their little enclosure to kind of, the light reflects on them.
They like the
and it
shimmering
distracts
stuff?
them.
Oh,
I
really?
don't remember
Yes.
that. Really? Okay.
And they choose the artists.
Yes.
Yeah, they get to choose which musicians are represented.
Harvey Danger.
So, Mehdi Alskovich Pol, a biologist, says that the aquarium's in the aquarium's introduction video, although he's a little bit younger than the other 2, he does make up for it in size. He is quite a big baby penguin chick. And so, starting today, or yesterday actually, aquarium visitors are available to now vote on one of 4 names offered the new penguin. Oh man, I thought we were going to be able to,
I
to
thought
submit.
from scratch.
Okay, well, these are pretty good names.
All right.
So Scrappy, Zero, Flounder, and Toothless.
Well,
those are cute.
Toothless, wonderful from How to Train Your Dragon. Flounder, obviously, Animal House.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might.
Zero might be from Casey, that show Sticks.
Yeah.
With Owen Wilson. There's a character named Zero on that show. And I'm not sure about Scrappy.
I like Zero.
Just like my country, I'm young, scrappy, and what is it?
And hungry.
Young,
Just like my country, young, scrappy, and hungry.
young, happy. Yeah, okay.
Whatever.
I don't know if any of those are thrilling me, but I might do Toothless because I love that character so much.
I like Zero. I think I would go with that. The unnamed chick is being parented, like Marissa said, by Mushu and Hubert, and they also parented a 2024 chick named Schubert.
How about Moobert?
Then their Mushu was named for a dragon sidekick from the movie Mulan, the Disney movie.
Okay,
Mulan.
yeah.
So the aquarium's birds and mammals team chose possible names using a dragon's and sidekicks. Very much, Marissa. Where did Casey go?
He stepped out. The fire alarm's going off. Yeah. I think he started a fire.
You started fire?
No, I wanted to go pour myself a cup of coffee, but it's currently brewing. So
yeah, I got you.
I know.
It's so disappointing to get there. You never know who's going to raid the coffee pot, even if you start the coffee yourself. All right, the reason I need you here, Casey, is I need my stream of consciousness intro, so we can move on to the next segment. What?
I forgot to have the intro ready for you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Blazing Saddles one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The great Harvey Korman.
Yeah, sorry. And I actually just watched that the other day. I hadn't
Blazing Saddles?
Blazing Saddles. Yeah, I was like, did I ever see this? And I had not. Like,
really?
Yeah,
it's a masterpiece.
I hadn't seen it all the way through.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was watching the Mel Brooks documentary.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I think I need to
Go
watch
back.
it. Yeah.
That movie's so unabashedly off the rails.
Yeah.
The original creator of it is a guy who wrote for a number of sitcoms and movies, and he was well known. But the whole idea, the way he described it initially is, at that time it was the mid 70s, but he said the Old West in the 70s. So the Old West with current jargon.
Yeah.
And that's what Blazing Saddles became.
But like even the whole wrap up, I was like, yeah, I definitely didn't see this before because at the end of the movie when it ends up, and I don't want to
completely meta.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, hit it.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
The stream of consciousnessner.
We talk about a variety of things in this particular segment.
This is unlike any other segment we do, except that it's exactly like all the segments we do.
Like any segment. I saw from an analysis of 2026 Google search data, Pennsylvania's most searched texting acronyms. All right. And also America. So these are the acronyms that you see them, usually 3 letters, and you go, I don't know what that means.
What that stand for?
You know, like LOL means
Right.
laugh out loud, and that's an old one, but there are some that pop up from time to time. I'll try you guys out. Most of these I don't know, 1 or 2 I'm familiar
Are
with.
these mostly from the social media realm?
Yeah, or just texting with someone as well. So this one you'll probably know. IMO.
In my opinion.
In my opinion, yeah. Just shout them out. It doesn't matter. That one I knew. The rest of these I don't think I know. All right, no, there's one other that I know. All right, WYLL.
What?
Why are you licking lamps?
Why you laughing?
No.
Why you like that? Why?
It's for what you look like.
Oh.
Holy Jesus.
So I would imagine this is in dating apps and things like that, maybe if you're
what you look like
using that. Or, yeah, with somebody you don't know what they look like.
Yeah.
Do you look like?
Or memeing your friend. Like what you look like doing that.
Oh, okay. Maybe that too. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm out of the loop on that one.
All right. FAFO. You guys probably know.
Find
this.
around and F
Not find around. F around and find out. Yeah. All right. TBH.
To be honest.
These are the most searched ones, by the way. IDM.
I
did mom.
No.
IDM.
But there's a whole porn category.
In the mouth?
That falls in that.
Where's your IDM?
In the mouth.
In the mouth.
No, it's I don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
ATP.
Yeah, you know me.
ATP?
Yeah. That's OPP.
Period? I don't know.
ATP is at this point.
At this point, okay.
SNM.
These are very vague. To truncate them down to the 3 letters in a lot of these cases are really kind of very stupid. What was the last one you said?
SNM.
SNM.
Yeah.
Don't know it.
Think of a line from Monty Python.
This parrot is dead?
Nope. Different one.
So now for something different.
No. Say no more.
Oh, say no more.
Say no more. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All right. SMH. You guys know that one probably.
Shaking my head.
Shaking my head, yep. WYF.
Wiping my ass.
No, there's no A
Wiping
in
your
there.
face.
No.
All right, WYF?
Chug is talking. His microphone's not on. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'm a mess. I'm hiding from the fire alarm.
Oh,
What is it, Chuck? Do you know this one?
Who's your father?
No, WYF.
Would you F?
No, where are you from?
Oh.
Okay.
That's kind of like what you look like.
If I were to get that, so
WIF is like, hey, would you smash this? Would you F this?
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
No. Where are you from?
Okay.
And then the last one is OTP. Yeah, you know me. No, this one I don't even know where you would use this. OTP is one true pairing.
One true pairing.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, is that for like the perfect couple?
One-time password is where I went.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so that's Pennsylvania, the most searched for acronyms texting in Pennsylvania.
Interesting that Pennsylvania gets all those.
In America, I'll get you some of these. SYBAU.
Oh, SYBAU.
This is a good one.
Sabao.
Wait.
No.
SY, shut your
big
butt up. Shut your bitch ass up or something.
Well done.
Shut your bitch ass up.
That's good.
And that's primarily where?
That's a good one. PMO.
Paid mime off.
There's two different things this could be. PMO can either be pisses me off,
Okay,
or put me on.
Punch my ovaries.
You're really bringing me over, man.
Oh.
TBH is to be honest.
To be honest.
That one is fairly common. Then we see NFS. No, that means new friends. Don't know that one.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
All right, and then we'll just do one more. POV.
Point of view.
Point of view.
Yeah. Where do you know that's from, Steve?
What's that?
Where do you know that from? Porn. POV.
Oh my God! I wasn't even thinking of that.
I was
do you
thinking
like
video
that?
games.
By the way,
I don't care for POV.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like to be looked at.
My phone corrects if I write on my way, it corrects it to OMW. Like,
Really?
no, I don't want that.
You'll type out the words on my way, and it will shorten it to OMW.
Yes.
I don't know that I've had that happen
I've had
before.
it shorten it to DVDA.
Yeah.
What does that
So-
stand for?
Do you guys have your own shortcuts that you created for yourself?
No.
Okay, so if I type in,
Oh, you've told me about this, and it's a
Yeah.
great idea.
yeah. So, for instance, I'm gonna text you, Preston, because there's a lot of
What do you type in for what's your favorite thing you forgot?
no, like for instance, like we have to deal with a lot of people that are coming to the radio station. Right?
Yes.
So it's you have to send like a longer text or email out, and so if I just type in BBB, okay, so big beautiful blonde. It comes up, our address is, and then it does our address, and it says parking is free and abundant upon arrival. Text me at this number, and then proceed up the middle entrance.
That's really smart.
And
So
then-
how did you set that up?
So you go into your general, and then you got to go into your keyboards.
Okay.
And then the keyboard font, and then text replacement is.
There
is
you
what
go.
it is.
That's very smart of you.
If there's a thing that you like a longer text that you tend to write over and over
Yeah.
again, like our hotline number, I just type in the 555 and our hotline number comes up.
Okay.
I like that shortcut.
Yep.
Yeah, I do it for PrestonandSteve.com because I like the capital, the P, the A, and the S.
Okay. So what's your shortcut?
Oh,
Point of view.
PRE.
PRE, and then
it
it'll
just-
fill out the
yes,
rest.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. I need Rochelle uses one when she's on the phone, and I call her, and I think it gives you the option automatically. Sorry, I can't come to the phone right now, or sorry, I can't talk right now.
That's one of the automatic built-in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's there for you already.
You can also do the ones when you're driving. You can do the auto text that'll shoot off.
I'm watching porn.
Yes, you can say whatever you want it to be.
I'm driving and watching porn.
Get back to you soon.
But no POV stuff.
I got one. It's I forgot I even had this, but F you, a-hole. So if I just type in FFF, that'll come up, and then it's got the middle.
How often do
emojis.
you use that?
I don't use that. I don't use that
At some
ever.
point you did.
Yeah. I think I use it just for fun.
Okay.
I should use this. Oh, wait, where's one.
Do you know what I found that the phone actually learns if there's a repetitive pattern of speech, the phone will retain that pattern or will learn it. So it'll start to fill in the ways that I speak and complete sentences.
Right.
Yeah, so like my address, the address for the radio station, I have that all on shortcuts as well. Our Zoom meeting.
Don't you have something like a message for your wife or something?
Yeah,
too?
so if
like I love you or something.
If I type in I, it automatically comes up.
You're a pirate.
You're no, it just says good morning, exclamation points, love you so much, and then it's got a bunch of emojis and stuff like that. It's just easier. So like But for typing addresses and our Zoom meeting,
address
and all of that stuff, because it's the address and then it's the password and all that. So I have that on. I should use this more often.
Well, that's a good move for you, especially as the producer.
Yeah,
as the executive producer.
So what's great is, you hear about these features and they're like, how the hell do I put this together? How do I make my phone do that? But now with you can easily search on that, and it'll bring up step-by-step instructions very easily on how to do it.
I'm thinking about upgrading my phone now. Claire's, they build in the software that draws on your battery life purposefully so that you are forced to upgrade every couple of phones. So I might upgrade the phone.
Yeah,
now.
I'm finally up on my phone. I'll pay it off in like a month or two, and I think I'm finally going to do the Apple one, where you can go to the store and you are on a plan, and you can upgrade it every time, every
great.
year.
Yeah, I don't do that that often, but I'll wait a couple of generations before.
I don't even know where they are generation wise right now. I've the 14 Pro. Is it 16 now?
It's a 17.
17.
Yeah,
Jesus.
and you can get an orange one.
I'm usually about 3 or 4 behind.
Honestly, because also it's a pain in the ass when you do upgrade. Even if you clone the phone, you got to re-put in your passwords and all that crap, and it becomes a pain in the ass. And if I really am in the mood for point of view porn, I got to put in that password.
Yeah. Who wants to go through that trouble?
I immediately get jealous of how good people's photos are, and then I want to upgrade.
Okay. All right, so those are Pennsylvania's most searched texting acronyms.
The stream of consciousnessner.
All right, Steve, I got this from Ryan Shuttleworth, an interesting article, and it's about people playing video games. And the question is, are you experiencing a sense of loss and sadness after dozens of hours spent on a video game when you finish it?
Yeah, I've had that happen many times.
So researchers from SWPS University and the Stephan Batory Academy of Applied Sciences examined this feeling of emptiness that accompanies completing an engaging computer game. Yeah. They created the world's first scale for measuring post-game depression and published their research results in the International Journal Current Psychology. As many as 53% of people aged 6 to 64 regularly play video games. Games are becoming more and more sophisticated. Increasingly involved more than just entertainment. For many people, completing a long, engaging game is not only a moment of satisfaction, but also an emotional challenge. And how this impacts your mental health, this study is dove into.
Think about it, especially if you're doing RPGs, if you're doing role-playing games, you're involved in something, you're on a quest. Well, where you get that big time, Preston, is Legend of Zelda. Those games, they get in your heart, and they're emotional. There's a game that I played, and a lot of people did as well, BioShock, the original BioShock, which is an underwater science fiction, steampunk sort of retro thing with these characters. Anyway, if you play the story correctly by the end, when you're an old person and you're passing, and you have this option to save these little girls or not. I won't get into the complexity of the story. Well, they grow up and they become your daughters, and they're taking care of you, and they send you off, and it's a beautiful story the way it wraps up. But I was sort of crestfallen after that game wrapped
most
up.
definitely.
Yeah,
I played Hogwarts Legacy again and wrapped that up, and now I'm on to replaying another Sniper Elite. Those are my 2 games.
Yeah,
Hogwarts and Sniper Elite.
They're both the same game.
I love casting spells and I love killing Nazis. What can I say? And I've only got like 2 more campaigns left before I'm done with Sniper Elite. I'm starting to get a little bummed out about it, man.
Well, again, that happened to me with the God of War, the original God of War. And I love the whole series. Are you familiar? I mean, I know
God of War.
Right.
Sure.
At the end of it, Kratos has this gray pallor to him, and you find out why he has this. And it involves his family being incinerated, and I'm like, it's emotional. Yeah.
All right. So, but this is more about just wrapping it up and being done with it. It's almost like athletes.
Yeah.
Like gold medal winning athletes. And when it's done, it's like, what now? So, all right. So it turns out some people experience post-game depression, a feeling of emptiness after completing an exceptionally immersive and emotionally challenging game. The phenomenon, widely discussed on online game forums, has largely been overlooked by researchers. And to address this gap, researchers analyzed the issue more broadly and created the first tool to scientifically measure the intensity of the phenomenon. The paper of this topic, called Post-Game Depression Scale, a new measure to capture players' experiences after finishing video games, was published in the journal Current Psychology. They conducted 2 studies involving 373 players across various types of video games. Researchers ultimately captured 4 aspects related to the phenomenon of post-game depression, and they are game-related ruminations, which are intrusive thoughts about the plot.
Which happens if you're playing a game, you will dream about the game.
I am dreaming about killing Nazis right now. Regularly, like every night. Challenging end of experience is another one. Necessity of replaying the game is another emotion. And media anhedonia, which is a loss of interest in other media products because you're so engrossed in this.
So I've had that. I am not a game replayer. If it's a campaign, if it's an RPG, if I'm playing the story, I rarely do that. A Sniper Elite, you can jump in at any point and start playing and pick your areas.
And not only that, they find other ways to keep you engaged because there are certain, like if you finish an entire wave without fatally killing, you win an award.
Right.
Or if you use only this type of weapon during the entire campaign, you win an award.
Right.
So I'm like, all right, I'll go back and I'll try that challenge out. So
that's a different.
It gives you reasons to go back and try the game under different difficulty levels.
Yes.
Too. So anyhow, the researchers concluded that post-game depression was such a complex phenomenon that it should be considered as a set of various challenging, intercorrelating experiences. They also observed that game-related ruminations were the most intensively experienced aspect of post-game depression, meaning
Do they
that
give examples
these
of-
are intrusive thoughts.
Okay, so but they're waking intrusive thoughts?
Doesn't necessarily say waking. So while the least intense aspect was the media anhedonia, meaning that you have a hard time with any other media.
No.
So research shows that gamers playing role-playing games, the RPGs, are most susceptible to post-game depression.
That's me.
Because it's in these games that players have the greatest influence on character development through their decisions and build the strongest bonds with their characters. And the more engaging the game world and the closer to the relationship with the character, the more difficult it is to return to reality once the game is over.
And that's the opiate. That's the Brave New World element of it. And because you develop. People don't play games, don't understand. It must sound like a raving lunatic.
Yeah.
But you develop relationships in the games. You develop. There's a game about. I like a lot of role-playing games that involve horror or like Silent Hill. There's a game called The Suffering, which took place in a prison. You get to the end of that, and it's like you've been with, you're on this journey, you're trying to complete it, and it just Preston, you've talked about the phenomenon, and it occurs at any point in a moderate gamer's life where you are playing and you realize the sun is rising.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like,
I've been up all night.
F.
It's like doing cocaine.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, my God, it's daytime and I have to go to work.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer at all. I've only beaten a couple of games in my day. Mario's one, Street Fighter 2 is another. Never got into it, but like my son is a gamer, but like it's also a hangout for him and his friends. Like so what they do is they hang out in this universe together.
And social.
And so and that's kind of cool. Like they do Rocket League or Fortnite or whatever, and they enter these universes together from their own homes.
I don't do that.
I don't do it that way, but my son does.
Yeah.
And by the way, here's a text that says, my boyfriend got me to play It Takes Two. I never was a gamer, but I was so bummed when it was over. Now he tells me not to bitch at him when he's mad over his game, since I can understand that. By the way, Parker turned me on to It Takes Two. You have to have 2 people playing.
Right.
All right.
So much fun.
Really?
It is one of the best games I've ever played. It's a blast. It's teamwork, and the visual art is just beautiful. It's a wonderful game. So I recommend that for even non-gamers. Yeah. And it's not so hard. it helps you along the way, but it's a blast call It Takes Two. All right, so anyhow, they go on to say that as predicted, both studies confirmed that people who usually tend to be overwhelmed by repetitive and intrusive thoughts may also experience them in the context of playing and finishing video games. Thus, the tendency to ruminate may be considered a risk factor for experiencing intense post-game depression. The researchers also observed another interesting correlation. Individuals who experience more intense sadness after finishing a game were more likely to exhibit a general tendency to dwell on events pessimistically. Post-game depression may therefore be the result of a general difficulty coping with emotions.
All right, a quick question.
Wow.
You played a game that you've really enjoyed, whether it be Harry Potter or whatever, or you finished Twilight Princess, let's say. Are you more inclined to say, okay, I'm going to roll into another game. I'm going to look for another game now I want to play? Or do you sit and wait on it for a while?
Take a break.
Yeah.
Usually. And you know, those, like I said, those are the only two games other than It Takes Two with Parker that I've really delved into. But
when I played The Last of Us.
Oh, my God.
Mother effer.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Ryan?
Yeah, The Last of Us is the one where I after I finish each of those games, I like put the controller down and just like put my hands on my head and had such a like visceral reaction from it.
Yeah.
Like, unbelievable. Like just unbelievable.
I need a new good game to get into. But it, you know, it has to tailor to your likes. There's so many great games out there, and I've tried some, and I'm like, I'm not feeling it. You know?
Sam, what's the game you recommended? I picked it up, and it's it's won every award.
Oh, it's Claire Obscura Expedition 33.
So what would you say the average length of playing that game is? 80 hours?
Oh, yeah.
100? It's too much.
Yeah, my neighbor, I recommended it to my neighbor who usually just plays like Call of Duty and stuff. He's been only playing that game since it came out for like 4 or 5 months.
So to me, and sometimes people say, well, it's a negative that it's an 8 or 10 hour game. That's a positive for me.
Is it? Okay.
I'm fine with that. 80 hours is way too much.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
By the way, here's another text about It Takes Two. It says, my wife and I played It Takes Two, and it helped our marriage. And in fact, the original, there's 2 games. The original is about this couple is getting a divorce, and they get thrusted into this world where they have to work together.
Do they do it?
And I'm only part of the way through it. So I played the second It Takes Two game first, believe it or not, and now we're playing the first one.
All right, I'm going to make a notation.
So yeah, it's like, but you need someone to play with. You can't play it alone.
My wife will enjoy.
Then she'll love it.
Okay, so the great quasi argument we've had throughout the past 20 years. I'm not playing a video game.
Yeah,
that game appears to be on a screen.
Yeah,
with a video.
You're talking about the one she's playing
on a phone.
You're talking about like Candy Crush. Or
that's
something.
a video game.
It's a video game. I play
video
Toon Blast.
I just turned my block game in to make it look like wood blocks instead of the colors.
Yeah, is that basically like Tetris?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
But yeah, Steve, It Takes Two so fun. In the second game, there's at one point. Is this music from It Takes Two?
If this is It Takes Two.
Oh,
from Rob Bass and DJ.
Oh, from Rob Bass. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. That is. Wow. Whoa. I'm Rob Bass and I came to get down. All right, anyway.
Grab that controller, bitch.
There's a part where you actually become a hot dog.
Oh, really?
And you play as a hot dog. Like literally a wiener that just bounces around.
You playing on the PS5?
No, that was on the Xbox.
Okay.
Yeah, but it should be available on PS5. All right, anyhow, post-game depression. Who knew?
Look out for it, man.
Totally believe it. All right, here's another thing.
The stream of consciousness nerd.
All right, I saw this article via Your Tango, which is a website. And this is mainly aimed at people in their 20s, but, people in their 20s, every now and then they have a friend who knows how to adult well. They're in their 20s, yet they seem to have a firm grasp on the whole having responsibilities things. What are they doing right that you're not doing right? Okay. And these are some of the habits that actually just show a higher level of maturity that younger people are doing when they are a good adult.
So you're all in the same age range. You're in your 20s, but there seems to be someone who's getting the various aspects of life more correct.
And I knew people like that. Like
insurance
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll give you those examples. But I remember that some of these people just gravitated towards adult behavior way earlier than I did.
Those who did not pull changers.
Yeah, well, I wonder if there are any changer pullers that were adulting. Well,
It's
probably not.
Probably.
But not that I knew.
Okay.
That I can recall. All right, so here are the things that they do. Number one, they pay their bills on time. Number two, they stay calm in an emergency. Now, this doesn't explain how you can do it.
Right.
This just says what they're
It's
doing.
why you can envy them and feel bad about yourself.
Prioritizing rest and sleep.
Yeah, well, I'm striking out on every one of these.
Here's one that I highly recommend, and I'm trying to impose upon my own kids, which is going to regular doctor checkups. When I was younger, I avoided it. I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to. I always felt. Now I freely, especially with Dr. Mike, but other doctors I've had before, being open and completely honest with your doctor about everything you do, even if it's like drug use or embarrassing things that you may do.
So Mike knows about the heroin.
He knows.
Yeah.
No, but they've heard it all. They've seen it all. They don't care.
Yeah.
They're there to help you. Tell them about it. It's only going to help you in the long run.
I'm guilty of being the person that only goes to the doctor when I'm sick, and that's why I love Dr. Mike, because he like gives me a physical when I go in for just
He's the
medicine.
best.
But I had a friend who said this to me, and it stuck with me. And she said, "You have to go now when you're healthy,
yes,
so that when you're not healthy, your doctor has a baseline.
Yes,
so he doesn't know what you used to be like.
Exactly, because you may not remember everything, and these tests that you get done tell a tale.
I
They
have
tell
good news. You've always been a mess.
They tell a story along the line, and they need that story to know where you're headed, you know? So going to regular doctor checkups. Putting energy into nurturing other living things. And I assume that would mean pets and plants and stuff.
My badger.
Yeah.
A Tamagotchi.
You have a bad, that doesn't count.
It doesn't.
It might, depending on how you want to bend the rules. Tamagotchi, it's like that thing they used to do where they would have you, have an egg. You're going to have to take care of this egg in school or whatever it was. It became different things throughout.
Okay, if you take care of a Tamagotchi, how long does it live?
Years.
Okay, until
keep it
like the
going.
battery dies,
Yeah.
or okay.
Yeah.
All right. So another thing that young people who adult well know how to do, keeping a tidy home.
That I do.
I suggest that you do that. Well, I know you do it now. You're an adult. But did you do it when you were younger, when you were like in your 20s? I didn't.
I was cleaner than a lot of my
Than other people.
contemporaries. My wife described it very well. I am she cleans, I organize.
You straighten.
I straighten.
Okay. Yeah.
Doom piles.
Yeah, so that I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Like keeping things in order, but dusting?
Right.
Why do I need to do that, you know?
Do we all?
Those baseboards. Who's looking down there?
Who looks down there?
Do we all do our own laundry?
No.
I do, yeah.
Okay. Well, then let me ask you: when you get your clothes out of your dryer, how do you organize them? Because I have a
pants and shirts.
Well,
no, because I have a system on. I dump the laundry basket and then I
take everything out of the dryer and I put it in a basket.
Yeah.
And then I just start picking things out. Well, I'll pick things out. I'll separate underwear and socks.
Okay.
And then I will separate shirts and pants.
Okay.
And so I do that first, and then I will go through the folding or hanging process.
Exactly. But you don't dump the basket and do that, or you just pick it out.
I pull them out one at a time.
So when I'm folding laundry, I pull it out of the basket.
One at a time.
One at a time.
Okay, yeah.
That's what Matt does. He takes it out of the dryer, he'll put it on the bed, and then he'll fold it and put it away, one at a time. And I'm like, no, just put the pile together and then put the pile away.
Yeah,
what do you do?
Exactly what you do. But I dump the basket. That way everything kind of spreads it. And I usually do it on my bed. It's just easier to do it that way.
Okay.
And then I set it in two separate piles because some things do not need to be folded, right? So all the underwear and
I
socks.
fold my bras.
Yeah, well, you should, though, because of the underwire. No, but like my gym clothes, I don't fold. Like they all just get shoved into into drawers or whatever. But I do that. I separate everything first and then fold after that.
I do that right out of the dryer. So I'll pull it out.
That's a good idea.
And then I'll fold it and make the piles like right on the wall. It's like because I've had stacked.
Right.
And then anything that's get hung goes on the door of the dryer.
You could carry an
Take that
extra
whole
step
thing.
though. You could get into the dryer.
Yeah.
And fold it in there.
Put 'em on.
Find all the socks.
I saw an article. This is separate from this, and I thought I was happy to see. It was clothes that you don't need to wash every time you wear them. And jeans, of course, we've said that many times. They can go for a month without, or even longer without washing jeans. But I was happy to see that sweaters were on that list too, because I've been doing that for a long time. I'll wear a sweater. Now, I usually am not wearing it for the entire day too.
Exactly.
And then
some
I'll hang
sweaters
that sucker
are
back up.
dry clean, only.
I have a friend that puts it in a bag with dryer sheets. And you just kind of like shake
Kinda
it
gives
up.
a little fresh.
Yeah, it gives a little freshness.
Little shake and bake fresh?
I
Yeah.
learned that because she used to smoke
It's like
cigarettes.
this.
And she borrowed one of my sweaters.
Marissa's gesture of shaking was, it looked like a handy.
Yeah.
By the way. So
You're welcome.
You do too.
Whites and colors.
Yeah.
I've wanted to bring this up for a while. There's a new hockey team, the Utah Mammoth, and they have the tusks.
Yeah.
And so when they get people on their jumbotron, they do like a tusk thing, but they basically are mimicking like they're doing fellatio.
Double BJs?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God. I need to see
You're
that.
gonna have to see footage of people doing the tusk thing.
Okay, Marissa's looking for it.
look it up.
You got to look on her video.
Yeah.
All right, so keeping a tidy home is another one of these things. These are what younger people that can adult well do. Cooking regular meals for themselves.
No.
Highly suggest that you learn that skill.
I see, like my nephew is, he's a year. Actually, both of my nephews are, a year and a half or so out of college, and I feel like this is what they do. Like, I think that they are they're far superior to what I was at their age. Yeah,
I was always I would eat good food, but I did a lot of takeout.
You purchase it.
Yeah, deli. And,
no, I highly recommend you learn at least 4 or 5 meals that you can cook on your own. It will be a skill that will benefit you down the road.
I love food shopping. I love getting ingredients and then letting them sit in my refrigerator for a week and then throwing them out a week later when they've gone bad.
the best
It
laid
happens.
plans.
All right, here are other things that young people that can adult well do. Taking on household projects to save money. Case you're better at that than I am. Just diving and doing it yourself.
You mean like running a brothel out of your home?
Exactly.
Taking care of basic responsibilities. Aren't most of these basic responsibilities?
Yeah, they are.
Here's another one. Putting your health first, certainly.
Yeah.
And then handling conflict directly. Not putting things off, I think, essentially.
So I'm pretty good at that. Yeah.
So you'll dive in if you know something's going to become a problem.
I
You'll
think
get right
so.
to it.
Yeah. But
I'm better at it than I used to be. I'm not great at it.
Do you have this with all your significant others? The things that I'm not good at, that when it comes to that, Claire is good at.
Yeah.
So it's a good compliment.
Yeah.
She'll say, I'm having trouble getting this response from. I got it. I'll get on it and I'll handle that. That's something she doesn't. But then if it's something like following up on paperwork with a credit card bill or something, she'll do that.
Yeah.
So it's a good compliment.
I shall do all of that.
Yeah.
Both of those things.
That works.
But as at someone in my 20s at the time, I didn't do any of that. As far as handling conflict directly, I would just put it off, and I don't want to deal with that. But I've gotten better at it. So I thought that was an interesting look at people in their 20s. These are some things that maybe you can learn to work on a little bit, and will help you also adult a little bit better in your younger age.
The stream of consciousness.
All right, this one we have an audio clip I think that Steve sent over earlier this morning. Senior citizens are well above drinking age, yet it seems that those who live in assisted living facilities in Minnesota still need permission to have a drink. Anita LeBrun has gone viral for her testimony before the Minnesota House of Representatives concerning what's being called the Grandparents' Happy Hour Bill, which would allow group homes to serve alcohol to their residents and guests. And we have a clip of her addressing the group.
Just because we are older and live in assisted living doesn't mean that we should have fewer freedoms than anyone else. Allowing our facility to coordinate this happy hour affords us and our families the peace of mind that we can enjoy life but not be out slipping on the ice to stop and get our box of wine.
I love her.
I got to give a shout out to Arbor Square Senior Facility, which is in Harleysville, and it's where my dad lived for a little while when he was in town. He lived with us for a little bit, and then he moved into Arbor Square for a little while. They have a pub
Yeah?
there.
Is that the John Oates dad?
Yeah, his John Oates' parents lived there for a while, and now currently one of my best friends, Will, his dad lives in that facility. It's great. They got all kinds of really good stuff, but they have a pub, and they can get, I believe they can get just 2 drinks. Now, of course, you can have your own alcohol. You're an adult, and you can have that in your residence and everything, but they have this little happy hour where people can come down and socialize and have a drink together. I don't know why they don't have that in Minnesota. I can't believe that doesn't exist or why that's not allowed.
Christ, you see some of the commercials for these retirement homes and these places and these villages. It's like, I bet you could interest 20 or 30-year-olds to move into these places.
So
I mean, they've got tons of stuff.
Why not be able to buy into these now, right? In your 30s and 40s, almost like I don't want to say a timeshare, but you're usually when you're moving into these, you're already old. And I don't know, to me, it would be find a place that you think you might want to live in and then pay into that.
Well, I'll tell you why.
All right.
Because it's space that someone else can be living in their golden years as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying you're not going to live there at 30, but you could start to invest in.
You're saying the second you want it, you go in and kill them.
You kill the person. That's the thing. You don't know how long somebody's going to live.
Well, yeah. I mean,
and you don't know when you're going to need it.
Yeah.
I understand the sentiment, but I think and a technicality, it'd be kind of tough to pull
what you
off.
could do is go down to the basement where all the pipes are and have a red switch that you flick that pumps
CO2.
Yeah, into
Casey, to be fiscally responsible, we were just talking about adulting, because if you put that money into investments, it could make more money.
Right.
As opposed to just putting that money right into the retirement home, and then it's just sitting there making them money.
You're not a good adult.
So some of them you quote unquote purchase.
Yeah.
And then you can resell them later on. Others you just rent, and that's kind of how Arbor Square runs.
Right.
But listen, gang, it ain't cheap. Here is my suggestion to the younger audience listening right now. As much as you want that car, as much as you want to go do that thing or buy that thing, consider, I know it's a long way off, consider the end of the line, man, because there are so many horror stories of people that have gone and not prepared for this, and they are screwed at a time of life when you don't want that. You do not. It is near the end of your life. You're in the twilight of your years. The last thing you need to be worried about is having a place to live.
You're supposed to be able to defecate in your pants and have someone come clean it up.
Clean it up for you, for crying out
towards
loud.
that, just as you started life, is the way you're supposed to fit. No, you really, it is something that's an elusive thought for a lot of people. Lord knows I didn't entertain it for a long time. But the truth of the matter is that I watched my dad in the latter parts, years of his decades, really, it became, because he lived to 94, almost 95. And he was doing everything he wanted to do and traveled and was loving life because he had made provisions to make sure he had.
Hopefully you can do that. It does mean sometimes shortcutting your life earlier on, but if you're all lucky to live old enough to that, and that's the other thing, you're not sure, you might go, well, screw it, I don't know how old I'm going to live till. But it's something that's so important. And like Rochelle started, like the moment we got pregnant, she was like looking at retirement and saving for that too. And I'm like, I never would have thought of that. I never would have thought of that.
You're lucky you married an adult.
Oh my God, she's brilliant.
Me too.
Yes.
They market these places so wisely. There's a new place, newer, Margaritaville themed.
Oh, yeah.
And it's owned by Jimmy Buffett.
Oh, Wheel of Fortune gives away Margaritaville.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's
all
like the
time.
villages, too. They're both down in Florida. Yeah.
My friends and I will send around like really big houses in the city that we see. And we're like, we could all live here.
Yeah.
Like it has like 12 bedrooms.
Set up a communal
15
thing.
Yeah.
And your own, do your own retirement home.
I've already talked about some of our best friends. I'm like, so we're all living together, right? When we're at the end here, or at least in the same place. We've got to make a plan.
Absolutely.
Because being around fun company is going to be huge and important at the latter stage of life.
It's time to play pickleball.
So anyhow, these guys just want some liquor. They just want some booze at their retirement home, and I hope they get it. All right. Well, anyhow, that's all we have time for.
The Stream of Consciousnessner.
Thank you for joining us. All right. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. Bizarre File stories are coming up next. You got to stay right there to get them, right?
And don't dismiss it immediately. if you want global press, name it the C word.
Yes, do it.
Right?
If you want to make waves, want to get your name out there.
You will not believe what they named the penguin at the Philadelphia Zoo.
Mm-hmm.
Are you
Is it the zoo or the aquarium that has it?
It's the aquarium.
Oh, I'm sorry. In case I misunderstood.
Okay, yeah.
So the naming contest will close on January 19th, and the winner will be announced January 20th, Penguin Awareness Day, the aquarium staff had said. So that's why they're doing it on that day. African penguins, by the way, which originate from the waters around southern Africa, are classified critically endangered. So the hatches are important to the survival of the species.
Do you know what they have over the Adventure Aquarium, which is kind of a cool thing, is they have the porcupines.
Yeah.
Which are, okay, you got these too.
Yeah, I don't know why those were chosen to be a part of the aquarium. They're in with the hippos, I believe. Is Button still there? The hippo, do we know?
I think so.
Because Marissa, we went there like the first or second year we were here at MMR. We all went over there together to meet Button when she first showed up.
Yeah.
And I have no idea.
Got to be a full-blown hippo now.
If that's full status.
And you know what? They're simultaneously adorable, but they're
deadly.
Are deadly.
Yeah. They're awesome, though. They're really cool.
How long do hippos live? Because in 2019, Button turned 22. So that would make Button 22.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what their longevity is. I assume it's fairly long, but
it doesn't seem to be a high-stress life.
There's that iconic photo of me, like Button's mouth completely wide open, and then my mouth next to it, my tongue ring hanging out.
I made you do that because at the time we had learned that you could put your whole fist in your mouth. Can you still do that, by the way?
I don't know. It's been a minute since I'm trying. I'm a married woman.
That would make you even
you don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, that's when you stop doing it. The thing is that you could, a human adult could easily fit in that friggin' mouth, that hippo mouth. It's amazing.
Oh, I thought you meant my mouth.
All right, so if you want to help name the penguins, you can do that. You can check on the Adventure Aquarium website. All right, here's another thing.
I like this.
From the City Beat.
They're going to do some cocaine.
This happened shortly before we took a break, and I wanted to point this out. It's kind of an older story. You may know it, but I thought this was so cool. It's out of West Deptford, and somebody had sent me this story, and I forgot they were somehow or another, they knew the people involved. So when a lottery rep called John DiCarlo and told him that someone at his bar won over $590,000, he knew something was up. And it was from the Quick Draw game, a popular activity among patrons at Southwood Bar in West Deptford. Drawings take place every 4 minutes. And on the night of December 8th, a New Jersey lottery rep informed DiCarlo that someone in his establishment won that $100,000 that afternoon. But something was up. Nobody at the bar that day indicated that they were holding a big winner. And maybe the lucky patron didn't want anybody to know. They secured a large sum of money, stuff like that. But maybe they didn't realize that they won the ticket and was discarded and possibly gone for good.
Yeah, how do you go about finding that person?
Listen to this. So what ensued was a man's holiday season journey of detective work, dumpster diving, and rummaging through piles of garbage to reunite a life-changing slip of paper buried in chicken wing residue with its rightful owner. That's right. So DiCarlo said that there were multiple people playing that day. He said it took a little detective work to get down to that individual and then take a chance. Do I dive into that dumpster or not? He said because it may very well not be there. So the way the game works, ticket holders can select up to 10 numbers between 1 and 80. 20 of those numbers are drawn every 4 minutes, and players can select their wagers and how many draws they want to play. Most players at the bar only select 1 or 2 numbers, which yields a smaller prize, but you're far more likely to match a couple of numbers in all 10. Each ticket features a second progressive game underneath, and for an extra fee, players can win a growing jackpot by matching all 10 numbers. And bet $1, you can win 10% of the prize. Bet $5, you win 50%. Bet $10 to win it all. DiCarlo admits that he didn't know about that part until the lottery rep had called, and that's when he learned that a patron had bet $5 on the progressive jackpot, which had been nearly $1.2 million. Few people pay attention to it since it's a tough win,
Yeah.
He said, so I called my bartender, and I said, did anybody go jumping for joy? He said, for most folks, that would be a significant, semi-life-changing event. And they're like, no, nobody did anything. So he and his wife, Denise, the co-owner, were in alignment, and they were going to do whatever it took to find that lottery ticket and give it to the winner, but they didn't know who won. The jackpot was won at 3:16 p.m. that day, so DiCarlo examined his bar security footage from that period. He narrowed it down to a few people and then selected a possible patron. The footage showed that the customer with a ticket folded over the edge of the bar, which was later brought to the trash. And he said, I couldn't see it in the camera if it hit the trash or not, but I thought if that's a ticket, they didn't claim it, it's not in their wallet, there's a good chance it's going to be there. So he decided to search the dumpster the following day. And so he apparently it was reported that morning, media outlets, that there was a winner there. And so everybody started calling him and saying somebody at the bar won. He's like, I know about it.
with calls.
So he got into the dumpster. He took out 10 bags of trash. He put them in the back of his car. He took them home. And then he started going through he went through almost every bag, and he couldn't find anything.
He did find Lenny Dykstra's dentures.
Finally.
That's where they were.
But he said after going through those bags, it's etched in me now that we did pretty good on wing night. So I was going through blue cheese, and I ultimately found one ticket in the bottom of those bags. It was ripped in half, and it was drenched in hot sauce. I looked at the number. It didn't match. It was at the bottom of the bag, so I thought, I don't know, maybe it's not here. Or maybe he missed it. And he decided to search contents 2 or 3 more times before changing gloves, and he decided to get back in there. He said, I lifted a couple of napkins at the bottom of the bag. I looked. There was something balled up. I pulled it out. It was wet and messy, but I carefully brought it out, and there were 2 or 3 tickets. I laid them out, and I looked, and sure enough, one of them was the winning ticket.
Listen, and this is not for him. It's for someone else.
It was for somebody else.
Out of the blue, motivated to do this. That says a lot about this guy.
My question is this. Does he have rightful claim to that ticket? Does he have to find the patron who bought that? Or,
in other words,
could that have been him?
Yeah. Because they actively threw it away. That is a very good question. But they did pay for it.
Yeah.
So he's not that type of person.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and he could have easily.
I mean, that amount of money can change someone's life.
That person didn't know that they threw away a winning ticket, Ryan.
So I'm kind of having an existential crisis because this bar is actually down the street from my local watering hole back home. So there's a bar up the street called Captain's Corner, which is one of my absolute favorites. And just I'm thinking about all the times, like, you know, I like ex's dads would go in there. Like it's one of those like drive by and you miss kind of places, but I think I might start attending this place if there's going to be lottery tickets to be had.
And a staff nice enough to do something.
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously.
So he called the winner, and the winner wants to remain anonymous, but he asked if they played the lottery, and the winner said, yeah, but I didn't win. And he said, not so fast. And he explained it to him, and he set him up with it. And I have no idea obviously, this person needs to give him some type of a reward for going to that great
I think
length.
you'd have to.
I mean, at least like 10 grand or something like that, right?
Or at least let him lick the chicken sauce off.
Yeah.
And I wonder if he gets a fee, like when the PA lottery or any of those lotteries hit, they get like 10% or something.
Yeah, maybe he's going to get something,
and
but
maybe
he needs more.
Yeah.
He deserves more.
But that might be why the lottery actually called him to begin with.
Good point.
Yeah.
To issue that, sell those tickets there. It's a good point, yeah. And it's a good motivation for him to go find it, because if he does get something, it's in his best interest.
Here's another question. All right, so they call him, and they're going to do, here's your percentage of the win because you're the facility that sold it. Do you need to have... They know that it was sold there. Does it matter if the recipient or the person who bought the ticket?
Good question.
That's a whole other aspect of it, right?
I wonder if it's not redeemed, if the place that sold it still gets that bonus or not. It's a good question. But I thought that was a great story.
It is a good story.
Somebody doing the right thing. So I wanted to pass that along. So kudos to you, John DiCarlo, and the gang at Southwood Bar. I thought that was cool. All right, something else from City Beat. The Atlantic City Expressway is going to stop accepting cash at all its tolls on Sunday. That's when it starts. And drivers without an Easy Pass will be billed more than double the fare amount per trip.
They're going to make you do it.
Dude,
yeah.
I'm having such a struggle right now with Easy Pass. I just had to re-up everything because you got to go on. It is... It's not easy to navigate.
Okay.
But it says it right in the name.
No, it's not.
Their website is just not user friendly.
It is not. It's not. And also like, so I don't know if my transponder's bad or what the deal is, but I re-upped everything, and then we literally just went through the tolls over the Christmas break, and like the day before, I re-upped everything, and then when we went through the tolls, it says pay on, unpaid, and then it took my picture, and as it took my picture, I'm looking at the camera like, what's going on? Like, come on, I just paid all this stuff.
You had a similar situation probably about a year plus ago, and it was Jersey, right? And then I had my thing with my Easy Pass for a car that had been stolen, my wife's car.
All right, so before we get in fully into the weekend, wrap up the week, I have to empty the junk drawer. Just get overfilled.
Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer, getting things out of his junk drawer, finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, thank you, Kyle Mack, for doing that jingle. And Steve, you should sing backups for Minute by Minute.
I think so.
His
I
band.
think if they want to be less successful, that would be the move.
All right, let me dig in here. And, there's something. All right, so if you want to stay on the moon and you have a few $1 million burning a hole in your pocket, well, a Silicon Valley startup called GRU Space is now taking reservations for a lunar hotel that it plans to open around 2030.
And this is the company that invented Flex Seal.
That's them.
Yeah.
Woo doggy. Deposits range from $250,000 to $1 million, and the total cost of a stay could top $10 million once the ship is included in that, the actual rocket that will take you up there. So the hotel would start as inflatable habitats that can hold up to 4 guests for multi-day visits.
So we're talking elaborate bounce houses.
Guess so.
I don't know how down I am with that.
Guests could take part in moonwalks, drive rovers, and even play lunar golf. Founder Skylar Chan, who started the company at age 22, sees the project as a first step toward humans living in space long term.
Listen, if things were along, and I'm talking about we've beta tested and a number of people have gone up and it's now an actual thing.
Right.
Would you do it if you had the resource?
Probably. Now, I'd be wary of the, of the ship exploding.
The
or
risk, yes.
Something going wrong.
Right.
But if it became fairly commonplace, which it's not going to in my lifetime, I would probably consider it. Now, you also have to be very wealthy in order to do it. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's never going to be inexpensive. Because
Well, you just sold those shot glasses from the Kentucky Derby.
But the fuel is so expensive.
Yeah.
And that's what it takes to get people up there. So I don't know. How about you?
Yes, it would be a dream come true, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, right.
Not in my lifetime.
There's a pretty good book. I didn't love it, but it's called Artemis, and it is the same author that gave us The Martian and Project Hail Mary. All right, so some more Bizarre File stories of what you requested, and we aims to please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. Right now, get 50% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 877-98-PELLA to schedule your free in-home consultation, or you can visit PellaPhilly.com. New documents are outlining the criminal allegations against a Las Vegas 5th grade teacher accused of child abuse and inappropriate contact with minors. The Clark County School District's police department announced the arrest of Ka Nam Win, a teacher at Wing and Lily Fong Elementary School. The school opened an investigation into Win after multiple students reported inappropriate behavior, including the use of derogatory terms in reference to students, allegations of Win, quote, crashing out and flipping over desks, and reports of games that students were subjected to in class, including that was referred to as knife tag.
Knife tag?
Yes. Police interviewed at least a dozen of Wynn's students who made similar allegations of inappropriate behavior and acts that they said made them feel uncomfortable or scared. Students claim one game, knife tag, involved Wynn pulling out a large cake knife out of his closet, holding it in a closed fist, and turning off the lights. School administrators who searched Wynn's classroom told police they found a large serrated bread knife in a cabinet. Investigators were also told about a teddy bear game in which Wynn would have students, predominantly female students, come to his desk. While seated at his desk, he would pretend to be distraught or cry and hug the student as a teddy bear to console himself.
So what prison did this guy work in before he was a teacher?
One student told police it made them feel weird in a bad way. Some children described Wynn as shipping students in the class, where he would gesture at different students and declare that they were dating. Students told police Wynn would also warn boys to be wary of girls because they were gold diggers. And some recalled Wynn roasting students or referring to them as special ed when they answered questions incorrectly.
Sounds like a prince.
Right?
Who wants to play 4-bullet Russian roulette?
In an interview with police, Wynn stated he had been doing some of these acts for years and justified it as a way to entertain the students along with rapport and building.
Oh, we're just having fun.
He denied calling any student special ed. Police determined that the allegations against Wynn were enough to arrest him for 5 counts of inappropriate contact with a minor and in 1 count of child abuse and neglect, which they attributed to the knife tag exercise.
Imagine you're a parent finding out about knife tag.
Knife tag. All right, a pinball wizard of sorts, Kim Michael Dozier, made a play for the big time. However, his gaming days were numbered after a massive drug bust, imprisonment, and now a high court decision to take his prized collection of pinball machines worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So I watched a video of this guy, Preston. I ain't seen nothing like him.
Nothing in any amusement hall?
No.
So Dozier, a New Zealand-ranked pinball player, was jailed for 4 years and 1 month for possession of LSD, cocaine, magic mushrooms, ketamine, MDMA, and cannabis for supply.
He left nothing for the rest of us.
It followed a May police raid on his garage arcade in Christchurch, where drugs were found in various rooms within his house and a bunch of packed cash bundles. In his garage, police also found his collection of arcade pinball machines, collectively worth between $150,000 and $175,000. The garage was part of an elaborate setup where Dozier hosted pinball tournaments at the Kim Zone Arcade. Police uncovered numerous items indicative of drug dealing within the garage. A cell phone was seized during the search, and on analysis showed messages consistent with drug dealing operations.
So he's a pinball and a drug-pushing wizard.
Yeah, the judge ordered the restraint of the pinball machines under the Criminal Possession Act, Proceeds Act, and police have sought a restraining order for the 13 machines and the $45,000 in cash they found. The International Flipper Pinball Association website shows Dozier ranked as 30th in New Zealand, by the way.
Well, they're going to take that away.
With tears in his eyes, Mark Bunton says that he feels fortunate to sit in a hospital bed at Harborview Medical Center in Washington State. His leg is swollen and bandaged up, his arms bruised, small cuts scattered all over his body as a result of a giant 60-foot long, 5-foot wide redwood tree that crashed down into his house late last Wednesday night.
Man.
Bunton said, "What just amazed me is I heard a snap, and I said, God, that's some weird for lightning. And then by the time I could process it, it just cut the roof open like a can opener." Bunton had been staying at his friend Dan Thompson's camper for the last several months after his wife's passing. Dan, his wife Pamela, and the other neighbors came running out when the tree came down. They found Mark, or at least Mark from the waist up, with the tree burying his waist and legs. He could move his toes on his right leg, but his left was numb.
It's okay, it's just a tree.
He said, halfway through it or so, I go, I ain't going to have 2 legs anymore. And I was trying to come to grips with that. Other trees that had fallen blocked the main road in and out of the neighborhood that night, sending first responders scrambling just to find other ways to get to him in the first place. Using lifts, chains, and airbags. They worked for nearly 2 hours to lift the tree. Mark was making jokes the entire time, apparently.
And they just defunded their beaver unit.
But Bunton was in surgery this past Sunday to repair the leg that broke under his left knee. But, man, that was...
The weight of... You've seen, like, when a branch comes down and will crush a railing. I have. I've talked about it on the show. An entire tree?
Yeah, a redwood tree.
A redwood
too.
tree.
So, yeah, he's lucky to be alive. Another story out of Washington... the Pierce County Sheriff's Office said if you're going to commit a crime, it's probably not a good idea to take your animals with you. And this was in response to a call on March 15th where deputies tried to arrest 2 suspects in a freshly stolen vehicle. The 29-year-old driver was arrested and taken into custody after a quick foot chase. The passenger ran off with her kitten. After a few minutes of searching for the woman, she was found hiding underneath a pickup truck. And when she came out from underneath the car, deputies had the 23-year-old get on her stomach and be handcuffed. The woman is heard saying on body camera footage saying, "Dude, can I please get my kitten? I just wanted to keep him safe."
I couldn't leave Mr. Bibbs at home. Did they handcuff the kitten?
They did not. The cat was uninjured and turned over to the Tacoma Humane Society. The 29-year-old driver was arrested for eluding resisting arrest, theft of a motor vehicle, driving while license was suspended, and multiple felony warrants. And the 23-year-old passenger was arrested for theft of a motor vehicle, resisting arrest, and other misdemeanor warrants.
It'd be kind of cute, little kitten handcuffs.
And that is the last story I have for you in the bizarre file this morning. When we return, we'll be giving stuff away. We got a prize in conjunction with the lesson question today, and it's that Sandlot movie screening with the Q&A.
Yes, it's going to be wild.
Which is actually coming up is it this weekend?
No, it's in June.
Oh, I'm sorry, not till June, but it is at the Keswick Theater. So we'll have that. We'll get to trash and music news, too, so stay put. We'll be right back. Is National Cheesesteak Day. Yes, it is. Got an email that says, "Hey, Preston and Steve Show, happy National Cheesesteak Day from Whizzle Truck. We were at the Camp Out for Hunger last November.
They're great.
And we are just about to hit our 1-year anniversary of being in business. Over 100 events in the area in such a short time. And today we're feeding some well-deserved hungry people at Pico. Couldn't think of a better way to celebrate the day. Sincerely, that is from Chris and the rest of the Whizzle team.
Whizzle faux shizzle.
Faux shizzle, baby. I'm not going to have a cheesesteak today. I'm kind of watching what I'm eating. I'm trying to hit some weight goals. I hit my little goal earlier this week, and I want to hit my medium goal by tomorrow.
So your weekend, though, you give yourself a little latitude.
I think I'm gonna. Yeah, weekend I always give myself a latitude. We've got a Pudge's nearby us, which makes a great cheesesteak. So I might go by there and celebrate National Cheesesteak Day a couple of days.
It's been forever since I've had a classic.
Really?
Like a classic cheesesteak that are, you can find them anywhere. Here we live in Cheesesteak Central, but calorically it's always a tough thing to reconcile. But if you're going to go all in on the weekend, you give yourself a bit of a cheat. Yeah. I have to think now where I want to go, what I want to get.
I have a friend who's a member at a golf club, country club called Applebrook, and they make when you go to like an upper level where they use really quality meat and stuff like that, it's to die for. So I'm going to have to dive into one soon.
I don't think about calories ever. Like
Never.
I really,
Right.
I don't.
I got you.
So, but I'll probably do a cheesesteak every probably 5 or 6 weeks or something like that. Yeah, and I have Thunderbird is the place that I go to. That's just
It's a wonderful place. Everyone has a great time. We cut the meat thinly.
Yeah, it's slicely thinned or thin sliced.
Thinly sliced. No.
Thin slicely.
Thin slicely.
And our chefs, Ert and Bernie, will take care of it.
No, it's Bernie and Ert.
Bernie and Ert, please.
But there is right down the street from them is Delco Steaks, and they are making waves in Delaware County as far as cheesesteaks are concerned.
And just because they're so tasty?
Yeah.
They have a wave machine.
They do have a weight machine. No, no. Their approach to the cheesesteak is
they're redefining it.
No. It's more akin to like your Pat's, Geno's, Jim's. It's just real good quality stuff.
Sometimes if you just make it in the classic sense, with, as Preston was saying, the best ingredients, you become a thing.
But they're also not far from each other, so you really can't go wrong. But so National Cheese, is it National or is it Philly Cheesesteak Day?
Today's National Cheesesteak Day. That's how it's been quantified. I don't think it's National Philly Cheesesteak Day.
So there'll probably be some sort of ceremony at Arlington or something.
I told you when I see the words Philly cheesesteak, I'm like, that's not the real deal.
No.
Just immediately I think of that. But whatever.
Yeah. There's a place that Casey's recommended to me that I still haven't been. It's called Nick Filet. I think they have 2 3 locations at this point. There's one in Paoli. But I've heard that their cheesesteaks are banging, and they use Preston like really good cuts of meat, and it's like a standalone kind of steakhouse. It's not at all like a fancy place, you know. I think the one then in Paoli used to be like Roy Rogers or something. But anyway, I want to check that out.
Nick, and you just started talking about variation and Wilson's.
Oh man, they were here yesterday.
Yeah,
apparently they stopped by and had some goodies.
Meatless. They're
you like the Impossible one, yeah.
Holy effing
it's
hell!
Good too. It doesn't taste like a regular cheesesteak. It's something different.
Yeah,
and it's fantastic.
It's funny, Nick. I've recommended Nick-fil-A, but I've never actually been. I've only ridden my bike past
son
it.
of a
Wait
bitch.
a minute.
No,
you'll recommend places you've never been to?
No, I didn't actually recommend. I probably just asked if he's ever been because A, it's Nick.
No, you said it was the best place you'd ever been.
That's
you
a
were like,
lie.
I love
That
it
is
so much.
You will eat nowhere else
lie.
but this place.
But there's
it
only
looks really good from the outside.
two locations that I know about. One is in Paoli on Route 30, and then there's another one right on Beach Avenue in Cape May.
Now I'm trying to think if I've ever recommended a place I've never been to before to somebody. I'm sure I have at one time. And you need to go there.
Great.
Never been there, but you need to go there.
I did on this show one time.
What
I
was
had
it?
recommended Flex ice cream in the villas. And then somebody was like, you ever been? I'm like, no, I haven't, but my cousins have been there.
My cousins have been there. We don't. Well, we do know.
But I have been there since.
All right.
Okay.
You ever recommend a movie that you haven't seen?
No.
I probably have.
Yeah.
But hey, I heard great things.
Yeah. So anyhow, thank you to Wizzles for getting in touch with us this morning. And yeah, National Cheesesteak Day. So get out and celebrate and enjoy, if you will.
There's a wealth of places to go to.
We're very lucky. We had the one guy who had rated 1,000 of them. You remember? Took what, 3 years, something like that, and eventually got through all of them. And I did have the full list printed up here, and I'm like, what am I doing with this? I'm never going to...
What, are you going to will it to your kids?
Yeah, I'm never going to go through this. I eventually threw it away, but there's some good suggestions there.
Well, sometimes I fall, though. Again, it's been years. Well, no, I've had the Wilsons. So that's still a cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I amend my statement.
Yeah.
Speaking of eating, I saw this interesting survey. It was done in the UK, but could definitely be tailored to pretty much anywhere. It's a new survey of 2,000 adults, and they asked them about their secret snacking spots.
Secret snacking spot.
Okay. And so, if you're Kathy, you eat nowhere but the kitchen or the dining room.
Oh, like actual locations in your house?
Yeah.
Right.
Sneaking.
You will not bring food upstairs. You will not hide stuff under the pillow.
No.
No.
Definitely not.
Do you have to eat in the kitchen?
Wait, but hold on. Why are they secret?
Okay.
Oh, well, go ahead. Explain.
I had a secret snacking spot.
Why?
And I do too.
I'll explain in a little bit. Well, you go ahead.
Sometimes we won't have sweets in our section of the house, but my mom always does in the basement. So
Okay, so you sneak down there?
I will sneak down there.
Okay, all right,
and it's
all right.
even better if she's not there.
I got it.
Because then I will go absolutely crazy.
Then you can put a bra on.
That's stealing is what that is.
Does she come home and she's like, what happened to my...
No. She has more sweets than she can handle.
Okay,
I mean,
all
she's
right.
like a bird anyway.
He's like, and with you. And have you been listening? Have you been with us since earlier this morning? Well, we're going to find out because we're going to ask a lesson question for today, and we're going to give away a prize in conjunction with that. And somebody's going to get to go and see the Sandlot movie screening and Q&A, which MMR is presenting. It's called An Evening with Squints and Wendy. From the poolside to the stage. It's Saturday, June 27th at the Keswick Theater. So here is the question for you. The Rocky statue is going inside the Art Museum, but where's the Pauly statue going to be? 610-660-9333. The Rocky statue will go inside the Art Museum, but where's the Pauly statue? Let's see if you heard that this morning. 610-660-9333. Call our Xfinity guest line right now. We'll see if you end up winning.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, waiting for your call. We'll get the story. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Preston, actor Barry Keoghan admitting that he left social media after his breakup with Sabrina Carpenter sent armies of her fans online to mock his looks. Keoghan said the most painful insult described his face as what you would see if you surprised a vagina. Despite rumors to the contrary, Steelers legend Mean Joe Green is not dead. Apparently, the rumors surfaced when the 79-year-old Green passed out after being asked to spell the word restaurant.
It is a tough one.
It is a tough one. And finally, TMZ reporting that Usher and Justin Bieber, quote, had words at an Oscars after party hosted by Beyonce. The verbal altercation ended quickly because neither Bieber nor Usher know that many words. So that's how it is.
All righty, we'll go to the phones and we'll see if somebody knows the answer to the question. The Rocky statue is going inside the art museum. They're doing that today. But where's the Polly statue? 610-660-9333. We go to Jessica. Try and get an answer. Hi, Jessica. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jessica, where's that Polly statue going?
The bathroom?
The bathroom is correct. Hang on, Jess. You get to go and see the Sandlot movie screening live Q&A and evening with Squints and Wendy from the poolside at the stage on Saturday, June 27th at the Keswick Theater. And tickets go on sale this Friday via keswicktheater.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, few things to share this morning in regards to music news. Judge has granted Brittany Ferlin, social media personality and wife of Motley Crue drummer Tommy Lee, a 2-year restraining order against Falling in Reverse frontman Ronnie Radke following a hearing where both were present. The order, which runs through March of 2028, requires Radke to stay at least 100 yards from Ferlin, her home, and her workplace, and bars any direct or indirect contact. The dispute traces back to a catfishing incident in which someone allegedly posed as Radke online, causing problems in Ferlin's marriage to Tommy. Radke had denied involvement and said that he contacted the FBI. He had no comment on the ruling, so they sided with her.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Of course, Tommy Lee is known for being jealous, but this is a weird dynamic here.
Yep. All right, Graham Nash, who we last spoke to just upon hearing about Pierre Robert's passing. He called us in, and of course, he made a wonderful video at the Show for Life with all those tributes to Pierre. But he has announced nearly 24 new summer tour dates for his 2026 run, which will kick off April 4th, and it will be in Pennsylvania. It's going to be at the Lansdowne Theater on April 4th. I don't have any information about ticket on sale and when that might happen. But the summer leg of that begins July 7th, and he'll kick off in Steamboat Springs and make his way all through Colorado and ending in Kansas City and St. Louis along the way as well.
Have you ever been to the Lansdowne Theater?
No.
So they have John Anderson coming to from Yes, and that they're getting a number of these acts, but I've never been. I hear it's really great.
Yeah. So Graham Nash in town April 4th. We'll see if we can.
Yeah,
chat
that'd be
with him at some
terrific.
point. Yeah. Chip Taylor, legendary songwriter who wrote such classics as Wild Thing and Angel of the Morning, has passed away. Taylor, whose real name was James Wesley Voigt, was a brother of actor John Voight and the uncle to actress Angelina Jolie. A musician in his own right, Taylor became known for his songwriting, making a name for himself when the Troggs had a hit. This song right here, Wild Thing, he wrote it.
Wild Thing.
Great song.
I think I love you.
They covered this in 1966.
I love Angel of the Morning. That's
a great song. Yeah, he was inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame in 2016. He passed away Monday, 2 days after his 86th birthday. Had no idea he was related to the Voids.
No, not at all.
Beach Boys have announced new special pressings of Pet Sounds to celebrate the album's 60th anniversary, which is coming out on May 15th. The reissues include premium, all-analog versions like a vinyl file edition and a definitive sound series audiophile edition, along with a collectible Zoetrope vinyl. Don't know what all this means.
Zoetrope, like the Francis Ford Coppola movie production company?
Yeah. I've never heard of Zoetrope in my life. I have no idea what it means.
It's the only one I've ever heard of, yeah.
A companion release, the Pet Sounds Sessions Highlights, will feature alternate takes, acapellas, and recordings from the original 1965 to 66 session.
Okay, so you may have seen these records and they have like a repeated little picture around it. So when it spins, it makes it look like a flip book. And there's a little icon that moves.
So there's movement in it. Okay,
Yep.
so that's Zeotrope.
So maybe that's where he got the name when he created his movie company.
Yeah.
Well, you learn something every day.
The limited edition copies are capped at 6,000 units.
That album in particular, and there have been a number of documentaries, including The Wrecking Crew and other documentaries specifically about Brian Wilson, that focus on the creation of Pet Sounds.
Mm-hmm.
What a genius level effort.
Yeah, it's
unbelievable.
a masterpiece. And then finally, and this was good to see, Barry Manilow revealed he is now cancer-free after successful lung surgery. Calling himself one of the lucky ones and admitting in a new interview with People magazine that this really rocked me, he said, but I'm getting stronger. He was diagnosed with stage 1 lung cancer late last year and underwent a lobectomy, spending several days in the ICU. The experience, which he described as a nightmare, led him to reflect deeply on his life, saying, "It really did stop me in my tracks." Barry said the cancer was caught early after an MRI was ordered following bronchitis, noting the doctor saved my life because there's no symptoms for what I had. Now recovering, he's preparing to return to music with a new album called What a Time on June 5th.
I am not embarrassed to admit that there's some Barry Manilow songs that I friggin' adore.
Totally.
Absolutely.
I'm a sucker for Copacabana.
Yeah.
I still love that song, man.
Music and fashion.
Yeah, they were always the passion at the Copa.
You'll fall in love.
You know what? And you know what I miss about songs like that? Because I was playing a song. Oh my God!
Yeah.
What I miss about songs like this, and I played a song recently for Caleb, my youngest, who wanted to hear a Marty Robbins song of all artists. And I played El Paso, and it's a story. It's like this.
Song.
There are two, there's a conflict, and someone gets killed, and all this stuff happens, and the same thing in this song. And I miss the idea of a true ballad, not necessarily a slow song, but a song that tells a story
A true
about
story.
a couple of people.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a true story, but just a story in truth. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
An actual. There are characters. There's an event. Something happens.
Yeah.
Those are fun. You just don't hear those anymore.
And some of those can be really amazing and heart-wrenching and wow.
Offspring does it a tiny bit, and they do it in like 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Not the same way as like Barry Manilow or Billy Joel.
Well, give me an example of one.
The Kids Are All Right. Like a lot of their songs will feature like a person and tells a story about it or a couple different stories.
Okay. Like Pretty Fly for a White Guy.
There you go.
So I mean, not much happens to him other than he doesn't get laid.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. And so there was like, what was the one from, Lucille?
We found out was, holy hell, don't take your love to town.
He's a Vietnam veteran. He's come back disabled.
Yeah.
His wife goes out and messes around on him, and he's like, I want to kill her.
I'm going to kill her.
Is what he said.
I'm going to kill her. That was the original title of the song.
I'm going to kill her.
Earl from the Chicks, great song.
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
about
yeah,
the
yeah,
two
yeah.
friends,
Yeah,
and then
she's
she's abused, and then they kill him, and they hide him. Then they make pies.
Wrap
and
him
we're
up in
good.
a tarp. Yeah, exactly. So anyhow, Barry Manilow, now cancer-free.
Good.
That's a good thing.
And he's at the Copacabana.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll get our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. We'll wrap up our program. Matt Core is going to take good care of you from here on out, so we'll return in just a moment. Stay with us.
In the basement.
That's funny.
Casey's there with the wig on, sitting in the rocking chair, eating Charleston chews.
I mean, Kathy, last night, for instance, I finished my dinner. I worked out hard yesterday, okay? I ran. I did a whole bunch of stuff. I earned it. Okay. So I opened my freezer.
Let's neutralize it.
Okay. I opened my freezer, and the ice cream that I was expecting to be there was not there. And we had no other sweets in the house. And so I snuck on down to my mom's and I grabbed some, and it was like leftover Christmas candy, a cookie or two.
Or two.
Yeah.
Some of her medication.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
All right, so
she's not going to use all this amoxicillin.
The secret snacking spots, and feel free to share yours if you will, 215-263-WMMR. So there's 20 of them, and number 20 on this list was my secret snacking spot inside a freezer room at work. So when I worked,
Oh my God!
you too,
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
At McDonald's.
Yeah, when I worked at York Steakhouse, that was the name of the place. I was the food bar attendant. I've told you guys this before. I would, because I wore an apron. Okay, and it had an apron, had pockets on it,
big pockets,
and I would grab stuff from the food bar and slip it in my pocket.
So it's stuff you shouldn't have been eating.
And then I would go into the freezer and eat it.
No,
that was my secret.
So that's why you have
spot.
to have to sneak.
Yeah, you're hiding. From one.
There's still an application, though.
Not
at
all
home.
of them. Some of these are other than hiding. But
if you want to hide, if you're going to go, you have something that you want to eat out of your significant other's eyesight.
Right.
And that's really what it is.
Like in the movie, This is 40.
This is 40.
Remember, he's out over the trash
with
can.
the muffins.
Eating muffins and things like that.
When you have
So
children,
she doesn't know.
When you have children, they are like seagulls, Steve. If a seagull sees another seagull eating a French fry, it flies immediately over there.
Right.
So if you
don't want to share.
If you are eating anything that is slightly delicious and your kids see it, they're like, "Well, what is that? And can I have some?"
By the way, going back to you, Casey, a texter says Casey's mom probably buys extra snacks for him.
Isn't that sweet?
Because she knows he's down there doing it.
Going to put the rat poison in these.
The walk-in freezer at McDonald's was a really good hiding spot for a number of ideas. One was sneaking food. The other, like if it was just a hot day in the summer, you could go in there. And the door was so damn heavy that if anybody was ever going to like come in and check in on you, you got a warning. So
you had time.
You had time. So if you're like shoving, a few extra nuggets down your gullet.
Did it have a release on the inside?
You could, in theory, get locked in there.
Oh boy.
And so I don't think anybody would ever die inside one of those bad boys, but like you could definitely get locked in because the lock, Steve, was from the outside. So if somebody slipped a little pin through the handle, you could get stuck inside.
He had nuggets in his mouth.
All right, so other secret sneaking snack spots are in the basement, in a closet.
I don't eat in the basement.
Who's going in their closet to eat?
I probably. Yes, I guess.
Well,
there are people who will go. There are people, like Casey said, in some cases, depending on the size of the closet, you don't want to invite the troops to join in. This is my thing. I'm going to eat it by myself, and I don't want to be discovered.
Or if you are sneaking it, there's also another movie scene from Parenthood.
Yeah.
Where Rick Moranis' wife.
Oh, yeah.
He's very controlling over what they eat, and because, we need to stay in shape
She
and all
can't
this.
stand
and
it.
whenever she would get pissed off, she'd go and she had this shoebox filled with Twinkies and things like that. And she would slip off and go eat them.
Well, there's a mindset too. Like I can, again, I'm not doing it so clandestinely, but I will be in the kitchen and I will move out of the doorway, standing, because if you stand, you can turn around quickly. You can put it in the refrigerator. You can hear someone getting up. Yeah. So you got to stay mobile. You got to stay on your feet and ready to respond. Yeah. And so I'd say right in the kitchen.
Yeah.
On the counter, facing the wall that goes into the den. So that's my, though it's my clandestine spot. I don't know if it's a secret spot.
So when you're the patriarch of a family and you come home and let's say you've stopped at a McDonald's or a Dunkin' Donuts or whatever, sometimes there is the expectation that, if you stop there, you probably should have gotten us something.
Us.
So us being our children or your spouse or whatever. So I will, a lot of times, finish my food before I even get into the house, and I will sit in the driveway, in the driver's seat of my car, and I will eat my meal, and all of the trash ends up in the trash can.
Yours are funny, Casey.
Well, because then they make you feel guilty, Kat.
Yeah,
you didn't get me anything. It's like, no, I didn't. I did not.
Will you call an audible? I always do. I will pick my wife up something all the time. Just because if you don't want it, great. But I kind of know what she wants.
I do that too.
And getting the what about me treatment is not worth the risk of not getting something.
See, for me, I'm not doing any of this secret eating because I think if it has to be secretive for me, I shouldn't be eating it.
Oh,
so like if I have to hide that I got something and I can't share it, then I shouldn't have.
It's not that I'm hiding that I got something. It's that I'm hiding that I didn't get you something.
We also talked about this. Also is germane to the notion of creative eating, to hide your eat. So I will never in an ice cream pint. I will never scoop out I will shave off top layers so that optically from the
So it
top
stays flat.
And if it's split like parts chocolate, parts vanilla, I will reconstitute the line so you can't quite tell.
By the way, Casey, I know for sure there are people that do exactly what you do, that eat every last crumb, clean it up, finish, make sure there is no evidence left over that I stopped anywhere on the way home.
Oh, and it's even better if you can crumple your bag up into a tiny little ball. And the top trash bag in the trash can has a little bit of an opening that you can squeeze
Cram it in there. They'll never know. Who's going to go digging around in that trash?
If you can
this?
crunch it up big enough to put it in a cup.
Yeah.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
And then crumple the
I was just
cup.
drinking. What,
Yeah.
I can't drink?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I'll come back to this list, but it's secret snacking spots, and I have Brittany who wants to chime in. Hi, Brittany. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey,
Good
what's
morning,
up, Brittany?
So I had a secret snacking spot until about 3:30 this morning.
Oh,
I have a drawer underneath my bed.
okay.
That's meant for clothing. So, but I have some clothes in there, but I also have some snacks. Well, it was about 3:30. I heard some crinkling, and it turned out to be a mouse.
A mouse was in your snack stash.
I heard it.
No food upstairs.
No food in the bedroom.
So I got up at 3:30. I took all the snacks downstairs. I put them in a bag, put them in the fridge, and I threw out any trash. And I vowed to not do it again.
No, all right. Well, I could see that. I could see that being the end of that for you. But
That is. Yep, that's the
but
end.
maybe like putting it in an airtight container, or
You
like
ha- you have to be-
something like
yes.
that.
No.
She's out. Brittany's out.
That's it. It's done.
By the way, the number one place on this list that people have their secret snacking spot is in bed. So that's where people like to do that.
So a lot of times, if you're up in bed, you don't want to at night. You don't want to take the walk down to the kitchen and get stuff. So I bought Claire a mini fridge for she's on another floor in the house. She never uses it, So it's one of those things you don't want to get out of bed. And I kind of subscribe to your notion, Kathy, too. It's good to have that distance to stop you from going and getting it.
Will she eat in bed?
No, really. She will eat before she goes.
'Cause I love-
Now, I'll find wrappers like if it's been a particularly candy night.
I love bed and I love food, but I don't like the two of them at the same time. And
Right.
I need separation. I don't like getting crumbs in bed. And then you roll over them.
There's
later
one
on.
thing I can eat in bed, which is the Hers pretzels.
Yeah.
Because the opening of the bag is big enough
So
that you
big.
could eat over it.
You can eat over it?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
But then also, like the secret for eating in bed with things that have crumbs is make sure that they're all bite sized, so you're not actually biting into something.
So that you're
it
creating-
all
Yes.
goes into your mouth.
Do you know it's a good height too, Preston? And I do it at home. I keep rotisserie chickens on my lathe.
Your lathe.
Right. Yeah. So
Smart.
yeah. Right.
Rochelle and I will eat in bed sometimes if we're like watching a movie or something like that. I'll bring up like cheese and grapes and crackers and things like that.
look at you.
And, yeah, I like to make it nice.
Yeah.
A charcuterie board made out of a pillow.
Maybe a little hummus. something
Brittany's
like that.
story is probably the exact reason that I don't want any
The
food.
mouse?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just like mouse. I have a friend who used to eat in bed, and I guess crumbs got on the floor, and he literally woke up in the middle of the night to ants crawling all over him.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
All right. Let me go to Megan. Hey, Megan. Good morning. 10:37. And thank you to our friends at Fox Good Day. We checked in with Mike and Alex earlier this morning. Had a little fun discussion with those guys, but otherwise it was just hanging out with you today.
We're just chilling.
Which is always a good time. Did you just shoot somebody?
I shot somebody.
That sounded like a real gunshot.
It's unbelievable.
Dude.
Very convincing.
We keep off air. We keep shooting each other here in the studio.
What I love about it is if one person fires theirs, then
Yep.
somebody else has to fire.
Yeah, you can't not return fire. Learn your lesson.
I assassinated our entire support
Did
staff.
you?
Yep. Took them all out.
It's like that scene in Big with Tom Hanks at FOA Shorts.
FAO.
FAO Schwartz
Yeah.
with the laser tag
Right.
guns.
Yeah.
I know. How you doing, man?
I'm great.
Wonderful.
I loved your with Mike and Alex the walk-up songs.
Yeah.
What was yours? SpongeBob.
No, well, that was Preston.
Oh, yours was Lisa Loeb.
Let's stay.
Yeah, stay. What would you use if you could pick a tune that would kind of just mark you?
There's this band called Civ. I Can't Wait Anymore. SIV.
Yeah.
Don't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of like
It's an old song.
It's like I think they have two drummers.
Can't Wait Anymore?
Yeah.
Okay, don't know it.
We don't have
Why
it.
does that stand out to you?
It's just a rockin' Rabbi used to love it too. Like he would always give it to me when I was filling in for
You know,
Pierre.
it'd be a good one. Preston, we went off on a jag about this saga.
Oh my God! Tonight
I'm
on the loose.
yeah.
On the loose. Yeah, that'd be a good one.
I mean, Chase had the best one.
Okay.
Is that
Was it
Zeppelin?
Cashmere.
Yeah.
And then Pat Burrell had Dirty Laundry because they said kick them when they're up, kick them when they're down.
Yeah.
Because the press was always so mean to him.
That's a
and then
good
Shane
one.
had Buffalo Soldier, which is
Another good one. Yeah.
And what was the new walkout closer we got at the end of last year?
Tarantula.
Yeah.
It's
that guy. Yeah, that's right.
what's the song? It's
Johann.
a Spanish song, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Billy Wagner used to come out from the bullpen to enter Sandman.
It's another good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Big ballsy manly.
Yeah, I think maybe Local H Downton.
How about Sister Havana?
Yes,
that's a good rockin' tune.
Or Cherry Poppin' Daddy's coming out with like a swing move, like
cool
have a
too.
chain wallet.
Yeah, I think
and
I think you got to change it up.
fedora and like.
How about Fade Into You, Mazzy Star?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Matt, let's get that letter of the day.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
R as in rainbow.
R as in rainbow. All right, and we're going to give away a pair of tickets to 4 amazing shows: Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Black Crows, June 12th, Five Finger Death Punch, July 20th, Motley Crue on July 27th, and Breaking Benjamin on September 2nd. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. We only have 2 more letters to go, and then we'll give it away on Friday. What's doing today?
All right, our female rocker, our first block today, Sheryl Crow.
All right.
A block of Sheryl Crow.
Wow.
Also, Paul McCartney, but we're just going to do McCartney and then Wings, no Beatles.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm down.
If you can help me out. Sure.
Yeah.
And the documentary's
Are
coming
you
out.
familiar with the term Macca?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chuck, I put down like what I'm going to be playing for blocks. He's like, who's Macca?
Macca is kind of a British, I think. You remember how Michael Jackson was Jacko?
Right.
Yeah.
In Britain, I
It's
think
the same
Macca
sort of thing.
is
Yeah.
kind of like that.
And then a block of the Beastie Boys, just for the heck of it. And our vinyl cut, Pierre's vinyl cut today, The Breeders.
Oh, yeah.
I love the Breeders.
Last Splash.
Yeah.
And I have an interview.
The song's called Cannonball.
Oh, yeah.
actually.
The record's Last Splash. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah, you're right. Cannonball. And I have an interview. They stopped by Kelly. So it's the Deal sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly and Jim, the drummer, stopped by in 94 at Fifth and Market and interviewed them.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was the night they were opening up for Nirvana. It was 93 at the Armory.
That's pretty cool.
They were on that bill.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Yeah, that's right. Because when Nevermind hit, because I read Dave Grohl's book, and when Smells Like Teen Spirit hit, they had already had these smaller gigs booked, and they had to honor all of these shows.
Mm-hmm.
And so where they could have been going to, the big venues, they were still heading to kind of either small or medium-sized
Yeah. The Armory's
halls.
a hole.
Yeah.
Like they stopped doing shows there because the sound was so bad.
Oh, yeah. It's just stone.
Yeah, it was. I remember the Bosstones played there, and Dickie got on the mic and said, "Listen, this is horrible sound. We promised to come back and do 5 shows at the Truck."
That's great.
And it's nothing against the Armory.
No,
if they're listening.
it's a great-
I'm sure they don't do shows anywhere.
Punk rock
It's a
flea
great
market.
facility, yeah. All that stuff. We've had charity events there. It's terrific,
Yeah.
but it's acoustically, it's
But
not.
to see
really.
Nirvana at the Armory, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, Matt's going to have a fun show for you today. We are going to thank our sponsors, and the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow on our program, one of our in-studio guests will be Adam Hutter. He has been here many times for the World Oddities Expo that's coming up this weekend.
Brings in some really weird stuff.
Yep, as you would imagine. So we'll see what he has to share with us tomorrow morning, and we'll do some other things too, I'm sure. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day in the morning, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.